going up.
Okay, we're gonna pick it up in the middle of OEM's discussion. Your front end is void now.
Oh, I didn't hear.
No.
Digit teasing.
Budget denied.
But yeah, thank you for being here, Robin. And thanks for the coffee.
Thank you for starting early today and getting us on track for this budget.
Just to confirm, we are going to have that noon, 12 o'clock PM meeting with the sheriff, budget hearing sheriff tomorrow here as well, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody's confirmed.
And that is on my electronic calendar. It'll remind me.
Okay.
Sweet.
So did you want a review of where we're at with current budget? I had Vernon print me one this morning just to,
No, because we're
Okay.
gonna go through that next week, Wednesday,
okay,
overall,
okay.
75%.
Yeah,
Where we're
we're
at, so.
We're good, so 75% is where we should be,
Okay,
right?
yeah,
I think it's 73 point something.
yeah, no, that's where we need to be.
That's pretty
so.
close.
Pretty close.
75. Pretty close for government work.
We want all the numbers to match.
We do, that's the thing for the audit, right?
So Robin, did you want to start on revenue or expense for the 60 fund?
Let's go on revenue.
Okay.
So, most of you know that the revenue for this unit is primarily from the tax funds and then grants. Is that pretty accurate?
Pretty accurate, yeah.
So you can see we're looking at our grants, both of our 2 quarters that we submitted are on track. We don't have our EMPG work plan meeting until December. So we will have to anticipate that EMPG would be the same.
Okay.
And that last year was 104.
I thought those were going down 10% a year.
Well, the rumor is that there could be a 9% cut,
Okay.
okay? So,
Whose rumor is that?
Let's
Is that the
be,
state
but let's be
saying that?
conservative.
FEMA was saying that over the whole United States.
so what happened is this year they cut the budget by 9% over the whole United States.
Right?
So congressional cut. And then the state said, well, we already told you that we were gonna fund you at the level that was not the 9% cut. So the state has made up the 9% difference for
And they can
this
do
year.
that.
For this year, for
Right.
24 year.
Yeah,
Okay,
So we
so
haven't-
25 year, if the state doesn't
they-
backfill it, we're gonna go down 9%
Yeah.
probably,
Mm-hmm.
possibly.
possibly, so 9% of 100,000 would be about $10,000.
Yeah,
For 25.
yeah,
No,
If.
26.
25, for the 25 budget year,
Okay.
Okay, so that's this budget we're talking about.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It can be, it's
There-
gonna be solid for this 25, is what I just heard.
It
They were
was-
gonna
It
fund
was
it.
backfilled for the,
This
for the year that
Previous
we're
for
in now.
24.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, that's what you meant, all right.
Right, now they are lobbying Congress to not make any more cuts. The National Emergency Management Association, NEMA, is also lobbying. So,
Well, state can still move funds around internally from other things if they want to,
they can,
like they did
and
this time.
because
But we
of
don't know
that,
that.
that's why there's no EMPG special projects. So if you look at Grant 126, last year we had a healthy budget because what happens is some people say they're gonna take EMPG and then part of the year they don't take it. And so there's extra funds and then they push those back out to us in special projects. But because they covered the 9% At the state level, they aren't gonna have any extra money for special projects.
Well, and looking at what that hurricane did through Tennessee and
Oh,
North
Lord.
Carolina, FEMA's gonna be.
They're gonna be broke.
Soaked for all the money there is right now.
$40 billion so
Those are
far.
billions, yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so read the chart. It's on special projects, you got 10,000, what is it, 10 grand and 30,000 there. What's that mean?
That should be
Is
zero.
that what's left?
Well, it's
she's
just current
requesting
It's
budget,
going to zero now,
yeah,
okay?
so that's why we don't have anything in there.
And those are all revenue lines.
And what is
Yeah,
negative?
these are all revenue lines, yep.
The negative 10 grand means what to that chart? Because you're balancing it, is that?
That means that it's $10,000 less than it was the previous year. So it's zero for this year.
Okay, so that's confusing, but
Yeah, because we can't see the header.
all we
here.
care about is that it's zero.
Yeah, we've always kind of talked about percent of either it's gone up by so much percent or it's gone down by so much percent, so.
Okay,
And that's the,
Okay,
this
that's
is the
just our-
percentage
Yeah, we're not able to
right
see
here.
the header, that's the.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
you
As
know,
long as we just look
Robin,
at that
does
third to the last line.
does your spreadsheet that you gave me, does that look, should you want to pull that up so that instead?
well, maybe we get through revenue real
No,
quick, and then
okay.
we can do that.
Let's just take a look.
So hazard mitigation,
Oops. Sorry.
it's okay,
Don't know why.
Back there, Vernon,
okay. Is that,
request amount is zero.
Yeah.
That makes sense, man.
so that hazard mitigation grant was for writing the hazard mitigation plan, which is good for 5 years. So we're still
need any
safe
yet.
for another 3 years at least, till we have to start that process again.
Okay,
The grant revenue for the mitigation workforce development grant, it's a guesstimate because that was a 2-year grant, of which we had $125,000, of which we may or may not spend half of it, the rest of 24. So what I did was just divided.
so we haven't, how much did we spend in 24?
Well, we haven't.
Nothing
really-
yet?
Nothing yet, and we haven't gotten a reimbursement yet. I mean, we've spent it, we just haven't gotten a reimbursement for it.
So we did use it
We did use
to
it,
the tune of 72,500?
no, but we have 3 more months, right?
Right, I'm just curious how you stand it.
Let me pull up the
2/3
expense
done.
I was gonna
budget.
say, let's look real quick.
Um,
And there's no reason to expect they're not gonna reimburse us,
No,
because it's been granted.
right,
Oh, and next year too.
right.
Okay.
So we're at hazard mitigation.
Next page.
Okay.
What's the code on this page?
I do
not know.
2270 compound.
2270. At the pound trips.
So it looks like, oh wait, WMO, looks like your operations, looks like you spent so far just a couple $100 there.
But that's, and one of the things is that we've got it all split out by grant category now, so
Mhm.
we need to go to personnel as well.
You ought to be able to pull in what the operations is, though. Some, you can get a, can chat it up in a spreadsheet that would be.
We could do that, that wasn't the way I pulled up all these reports.
That's okay,
this
don't
time.
do it now. I'm just asking if,
That might
if
take me
she,
a little bit.
But
if she
we-
wanted,
Mhm.
and somebody that's gonna be watching grants needs to say, okay, where are we, how far down are we spent
And
on
that's,
that
and
grant?
that's an easy thing to do with these 3 codes right here. It's just not how I was set up.
Okay, that's
for this
okay,
meeting.
that's fine.
So that's,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, that's good to know, you can pull a report by the code.
Yep.
Because that'll take, contract labor, we
That
don't
way
have
we
any
know
right
how
now.
spent you are, how much we gotta cover until some reimbursement gets in through the bureaucracy.
But we do have it in the budget for this year
Okay.
and for next year,
Okay,
so
good.
that should be a wash once you get the reimbursement.
Right,
Mhm. Then we go back to revenue?
Yep.
Okay.
So brick, we won't apply for, we have a notice of interest in And that would be either technical assistance to help with projects or an actual wildfire mitigation project. I'm waiting for the state to then take my NOI and then action a call with the county. And then we can talk about what kind of support FEMA can do. One of the problems with all the FEMA funds and BRIC funds and a lot of these funds is called a BCA, that's a benefit cost analysis. It's pretty intricate in how you have to look at, is the project going to be beneficial based on the cost? So it's a formula that they use. So that'll be a complicated, probably need some help from finance if we were to apply for a BRIC.
Well, we need to start doing that with all of our grants, because I think there's some
Yeah.
grants that cost us more money and more headache than they're worth to us.
Yeah, take a look at it.
So when we get finance ready, position stable, then there is a mitigation class that teaches the BCA.
Okay.
So it's very good. I have the book, so we can refer to it. And then we would probably have WMO, where's WMO?
Down there.
There we go.
Next page.
And so we have spent some out of WMO, but I'm anticipating that we'll still have 14,000 to spend. We've made, I think, pretty good strides on the neighborhood ambassador program. And so it's not a super high cost. It's like a $16,000 grant. So I'm hoping we'll have about 14,000. So that's it on revenue. So it's the two
Okay.
mitigation grants, the EMPG, and really probably the next discussion would be, which will come up on expenses, is
Before you
number
do
one.
that,
Mhm.
the bottom line, 488,108,
So that looks like all the revenue right here.
not
that,
just grants.
For, yeah, everything, not just
That
grants.
includes-
What's the grant summary? Is it 151.5?
Let's take a look, let's go back to the other page here. So, looks like from the different property taxes and sources of revenue, it's 336, or 336,000. And then the grant side, it's on the next page. And that's gonna be 151,000.
That's what I asked.
Okay.
Okay,
We're a total of $488,000 into the 65.
okay, and last year we had half of it.
395.
Yeah,
Well, it had, no, the grant summary, look about 71,431 in grants.
that's how much we've brought in so far.
Okay, so that's coming in at, okay, it
Yes.
doesn't include the grant.
That's
So the 96,219 is. Or is that,
So that was in 2023,
23.
we received $96,000 in reimbursements.
and so.
That was EMPG,
No, that's total on all of your grants.
Yeah,
right,
it should
but that
be
was the only
total.
grant we had in 2023.
Okay.
We didn't have it.
I'm just trying to understand the chart.
And the grant revenue for LEPC, I talked to Vernon about that, there is not really grant revenue for LEPC unless we were to go for an HMG grant, which would be something that would be chemically related. So if we wanted to produce a local chemical guide, a local chemical brochure, we would apply for that grant. We don't have a train in the county. I mean, we're required to do LEPC twice a year, and our LEPC and our CES are combined in one committee meeting, one committee. So LEPC, that, I don't know exactly how that got in there, but we talked about maybe,
It was in a spreadsheet that was going to be
yeah.
for entry into your budget, but
Yeah.
that's understandable.
This recon cost share,
That would be the.
that's what this is the 14,087 we got from West Custer County.
Yeah.
So, and we don't have a signed IGA with them yet. That was because Barry Keene goes, hey, we realize that we owe some of that share, that cost. And we need to relook at this for next year and get that dialed down with the fire department as well, paying their share of it. And then the county, out of county general is just paying for the rest of it. It's actually out of the sheriff's budget. It's the sheriff that makes the calls, not the county. So,
It's actually here in the, it's actually in the 60 fund. Right there.
okay. And that's what pays this, and this is probably gonna go up another,
Well, I raised it to 200,000
Okay,
because
you raised
they gave me,
Mhm.
they gave me those numbers that
Okay.
it probably wouldn't go above 200,000. So.
okay,
Safe bet.
okay.
See, the history here is that OEM used to be under the purview of the command of the sheriff. Long time ago, it was made its own department, but this professional services was remained there.
Is there, so we have emergency dispatch as an expense, emergency management as an expense out of the 60 fund, but it all ends up coming out of, are we showing that 14,000 as revenue for 44,112 or 42,111?
It is 44,112.
Okay.
It's all in the 60 fund,
It's all
so it's all the
Just
same
this is how
pot.
it flows down.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't even touch that. No
Okay.
one touches that.
So
That's why it's in
this-
OEM.
This total
Sure.
includes the expenses for free-com dispatch.
No, that's a revenue line.
This is revenue.
That's a revenue line, yeah.
Okay.
If we go back here,
That's what funds the expense.
right, exactly. It's what funds the expenses. If we go back here and we skip to the end, we're gonna see the emergency services fund total, which is gonna be 432,000 here.
Okay. Okay. Basic, roughly half OEM, half free-com dispatch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
All right.
What's the step there? Let's see.
That's good clarification.
I was just,
32.
because I think when people look at this and they're gonna go, you spend $500,000 on, roughly just under $500,000 on, well, on OEM. No, it's only $250,000 on OEM, and it's another
It
$250,000
shows
on
up in
Mhm.
Emergency dispatch.
emergency
And
dispatch.
I want to stress, OEM is a fund that pays for itself. You notice that the revenue versus the expense, revenue of 488,000 versus an expense of 432,000, OEM actually funds itself. Using both
grants.
grants and property tax.
Yeah, right, because it's got it. So if we would change the mill levy, that's going to change the amount they get in, right?
A little bit.
Right,
A little bit.
It would change this figure right here.
That one. Yep, absolutely. Okay.
Touchy.
I know, right?
Just making sure we all stay on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay.
Understood.
Good on revenue?
All right.
So, of course, salaries is probably the biggest expense in the entire county. So salaries for OEM, I was told Vernon would be completing that when we have to deal with some of those things that are coming around the corner, like.
Can I push pause for a second
Sure.
and just explain something here?
Yeah, sure.
So, there's been talk in the finance reports and whatnot of more effective grant tracking. And what you're seeing is actually part of that. So you'll notice that the salaries on this line do not have a 3 code. The salaries, it's showing a decrease in salary here. It does not have a 3 code. That is representative of the county share, what the county itself pays. These salary lines right here, you'll notice they all have 3 codes. These are grants. These salaries are paid for by grants. And so the actual salary would be all 3 of these lines combined.
Sure, get it.
But we're breaking it out in this way for more transparency
So we
and
know
better
what
data tracking.
money's coming from where, and if a grant goes away, then we have to, OEM has to adjust and
Absolutely.
Get another grant.
hire and
And-
give another
and
grant,
also-
or fire the guy.
And also, you'll notice this when we get into like the sheriff's office, where we have school district SRO payments, so that if somebody at the school board said, show me that you're paying the salary of the SRO using this money that we've given you, we can pull this up
Show it
right
immediately.
there.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's part of our documentation
Yeah,
process.
and if
that
they
we're
don't
doing.
pay it, they don't get to keep that SRO.
Right.
But you'll notice quite a few, especially when we get into public health, you'll notice that there'll be a regular salary line, which is the county share, and then then you'll see a dozen grant codes that pull salaries as well. So I just wanted to take this moment and front load you a little bit, so we know what we're seeing here.
And I know Lucas wasn't around when he had no idea Virginia would come in, where does this money go? Whose is it? Some of them we couldn't find until the year later.
We, and the reason we kept salaries the same is so that last year, some people added raises into them, some people didn't, and it just made it a mess for
I
us
see.
as commissioners.
Okay.
And what
Well, they
I'm
can
also
work
finding
separate.
is a lot of departments are loading up, they're sandbagging funds in their salary line, so they can go over on every other line of their budget, and then they go, I'm under budget because I didn't use all this salary. What effectively, if every department did that, and they all took $80,000 and they put it into their salary lines that they don't need, if you have 10 departments that all do that, that's $800,000 that we effectively don't know, we're not using to better our community.
That's right. Yeah, that's correct.
On that note, may I digress here for a
absolutely.
second here? I wanted to show you one other, let me pull one up to actually illustrate this. We're going to pull up the clerks. So in the past, the commissioners have approved salaries, salary breakout, and so, which there's been movement away from that over the last few years. So what I asked for all of the departments to do is to fill out this salary sheet. So we'll just use the clerk and recorder here real quick. You're gonna see this for every single department. Every single department has something like this. Every single office has something like this, where we have the position of the employee. We're not looking at names, we're just looking at positions. We have hourly and monthly, and then this whole deal will be on a page after the department pages in the budget, so that when someone comes back and says, hey, how much is this person making, or how much is this position making, we can actually say with certainty, well, the commissioners have approved X amount, and no one can
Covers
just,
them all.
what's that?
And it covers these.
Exactly. So you'll see this for every single department as we go through it. Excuse me, and it will be included in the budget for transparency purposes. So I just wanted to let you know.
Just another diversion, I'm just curious to know, are we going to be stuck with the new HR rules for salaried employees January 1?
Well, we've got to have a meeting on that and see
Talk
what we're
about
gonna
what
do.
we're gonna do.
Yeah, okay. So,
Because here's the problem, is that revenue's now probably gonna flatline, like it has the last 20 years.
right,
And we're gonna see a curve, a major curve up in salaries. And how are we gonna fight that? How are we gonna combat that?
And to make it clear, it's not HR's budget, it's ours.
oh, yeah, I just meant like the rules, like those are state rules that we have to,
Go and try, and we try to make them.
And see, and that's one reason why we have been going through and making sure that we have everyone classified correctly.
right,
And because of of that, because we had some people that were,
Everybody was on
that
salary
was
basis.
classified
Right,
as
I know
salary
there's
that
been
should not
a
have been.
shift, yeah.
And so we're addressing that issue because otherwise, yes, you do
Right.
have to, if you.
Paying overtime or
salary
not,
them,
we get
you
broke
do have to
paying
follow
overtime.
those.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the benefits of having a salaried employee in disaster services.
Sure, you can be flexible and you can take time off and make it up.
And if you had a large disaster and we're working buku hours,
Yeah.
then you're not paying overtime. So it's kind of like paying it up front versus, you know, not that we can
Or
hope
it could
for
be like the
large-
dock workers and just leave it alone.
Yeah. I mean, the bad thing about having the hourlies is if you had a lot of hourly employees and you needed the disaster to keep running the county, you would have to pay all of them overtime.
That's right.
Because you still have those essential government services.
That's why we would just bring in all of our department heads to run the county.
Yeah, well, maybe we should meet about that and talk about that as a directors group. That would be good.
That's coming.
Yeah, I mean, that would be good. So one of the things that I guess was not really addressed at the last executive session for salaried folks, the positions you're trying to continually fill, like the BOCC admin and everything, was a replacement for Jennifer. What, you know, I have been told is that we want to make that mitigation focused.
Well, we were looking at mitigation on the grant funding.
Yes, so to maximize our EMPG, this, yeah, thank you, Vernon. This mitigation coordinator or specialist, field mitigation specialist, however you wanted to frame that, could be partially OEM, which would provide us about 25% of that salary, because
From the EPM.
from EMPG. So it probably makes sense.
We gotta start spending mitigation money here.
Hmm?
That we've got to.
Yeah, and we do, and we have the mitigation coordinator, that's Andrew, he's part-time grant funded.
Okay.
And so, you know, right now, of course, we have a little bit more in our personnel budget because Jennifer hasn't been here, so he could be working more hours
Now,
to the end of the year, and then now we're talking about 2025, so we're really thinking about what's gonna happen January 1.
that should be what you're trying to pull together, right?
Yes, absolutely. So I do have 3 grants that we would like to apply for, of which I'm working with Bill on, you know, how to get those
See what,
approved.
we gotta see what they are, get them going.
Yeah, so, because of the budget hearings and all that, I wasn't able to bring that forward this month because a lot of the BOCCs have been
We gotta get
refocused.
it on another report, but you're still planning on it, you just gotta present it, let's see see if we can make it.
Let's see what the numbers come out to be.
Yeah, so if you look at this, you know, this is my salary today. The mitigation coordinator is, you know, and again, this probably goes into the classifications, although there's probably not another similar job occupational code for a mitigation specialist in the county. Maybe, I don't know.
But they are in the state counties.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
I mean, there's mitigation period functions for a lot
Sure,
of the counties.
so he could do
Find
a
that.
survey or.
Get with Bob and come up with a code.
Yes, so I had just upped that, you know, $2 an hour, and looking at 29 hours a week, or a month, I'm sorry. So that would be $18,000 for the mitigation coordinator, would be 100% grant funded, grant dependent.
Okay.
And then the field and mitigation specialist, now I don't know if the 45,000 is gonna, again, fit into the schedule and the new things that we have to adhere to salary-wise.
Okay.
So that figure may be low.
Was that hourly before or something?
No, it was salary before,
Salary goes to $58,000 in July.
right, so 58, 260 something.
Right now, it's at
Well-
48, right?
It's at 45 right now.
Oh, 45.
July 1st becomes 58, and some change, 59.
239 or something, yeah.
January 1st of
Yeah.
next year. And I would expect that the federal government isn't done. They will continue to drive that up as time goes
I'd
by.
rather spend it doing that than spending it fixing people's homes or buying the insurance, you know,
So-
paying everything.
So I think we have got to be very careful with that knowledge that we have. We've got to be conservative, but we're going to have to project. And we did that with a lot of our revenue lines. We took them down below because they were, for 24,
Artificially inflated.
they were very inflated, and we
Mhm.
saw the numbers that were coming in, and they weren't, I mean, they're not even close, so we were showing a lot more, that we had a lot more money coming in than what we actually do, so we backed a lot of them off. It's sad to say, but
So we would probably need to increase that for 6 months, right?
Increase this?
The next.
Well,
No.
is a field mitigation specialist classified as a salary position, or they?
Well, you would want them as a salary position to take advantage of the OEM disaster portion of it.
But
But they
we
have to
can't do
meet the
that.
qualifications.
We have to
Yeah,
meet
they have to
federal.
meet, there are certain qualifications that a person has to meet for salary. And that would be a discussion with Robert to see if that job description falls into those categories.
Or reclassifying it somewhere.
Mhm.
Raising that to 58,000, 59,000 and some change, that's gonna be interesting.
But for 6 months of the year, right?
Well, you're saying January, I thought it went to that level in July.
July went to 45
July of this year.
of this year, January 1st of next year.
Oh, okay.
It jumps up to 59,
Okay, so
just
58
under
something,
59.
yeah.
I see.
Yeah,
And then-
59, so that would have to be 59 then.
Did they not provide a one where it went to 60 something the following year?
I think there's some projections, but it's not a for sure, it's not set in stone yet.
Okay,
So unfortunately, we're having this discussion during the budget hearing, but I guess it's good.
no, it's okay, because
you
you
know,
got, it's part of the program, you have to include it, but that's what your budget's gonna be next year.
So, I mean, the option there would be then having a part-time, 2 part-time.
Yeah, we need to look at the options we have.
Mhm.
Just put it together.
Okay. So I would say, Vernon, we probably need to bump that up to 59.
Okay. Can we have a discussion with Robert about that? Because
Before we just do it.
you are your own fund and you are self-supporting and just looking at the numbers and.
Just the classification, right?
We could cover that with our available revenue if you stay on top of grants and you bring them all in.
Yes.
So,
If we don't drop mill levies,
if we don't drop mill levies.
that's,
Well, I have calculated those
Yeah.
into the individual funds so
Right.
far.
yeah,
That's good.
I haven't got firm numbers from the state, because remember, they're cutting us by $238,000.
Yeah.
I haven't got firm numbers from the state, but I've done preliminary calculations, and I think that I'm accurate.
they were pretty close.
You sure they're done messing with mill levies last year? They
No,
didn't quit until
No, they're not
February.
done.
They're not done.
Not
That's
because we
why-
need to
that's
cut
why I
back
think
That's
there
why it's gonna be a
our-
mess.
Because of this year.
We went above our
we went above the-
5.5%
Yeah.
increase, yeah. So,
Okay,
and we got some other budgets that we have no control over that are gonna take some big hits. DA is gonna take a big hit,
yeah, we'll see how.
Free
that
Com is gonna take a big hit.
I've worked both of those into the 10 fund already.
Okay.
We don't know for certain, but I put in the 15% for the DA.
Yeah.
And,
That's what everybody's doing. They
yeah,
just confirmed that this morning with a new email.
okay. Interestingly, I had a conversation with one of the attorney, I have a summons for a corner case, and so I had a preliminary meeting with one of the attorneys. They're in some interesting shape down there.
Yeah, I check the bank account every day.
Every
day.
Yep.
So there's about a $5,000 spread between monthly revenue and monthly expenses. It's really not.
Unbelievable. And they were doing it month to month, which was even more amazing.
That was
Living on a shoestring. That's crazy. I don't know how they did it.
When I worked for the state, they paid June salaries out of July 1 new fiscal year money. Until about 3 years ago, they started changing that around. So they were definitely, they'd say.
So I'd look at two options. I would look at that. Well, we need to talk to Robert.
Yep.
Because we need to start following state guidelines and federal guidelines, and that's what we haven't been doing. So we need to follow those. Then, so you need to probably look at several options. One, if that is a full salary position. Two, if it's not, and that's another part-time position, or is it your mitigation coordinator going to full-time and half of that is OEM and half of that's mitigation coordination? So that's what we need to look at.
Right. Okay.
And we need to make sure guidelines and law are understood when we're talking about.
Yeah.
Guidelines are added, which gives us some flexibility to follow them, and if it's a different circumstance that causes it not to be complete, then that's up to us.
All right, where are we off to now?
We're beyond salaries.
Okay.
So that's, you'll have to calculate that, because who knows how that'll.
So you see an issue with something else? What should you?
No, I was just coming back to the regular worksheet here. We've left benefits alone. You'll notice that they are the same because they can be calculated off of the actual salary lines. But I was just making notes about what I need to talk to Robert about to make certain the numbers are right. That's all I was doing.
Contract labor, we don't have any. Operations, that is the one area that we are right on for. And one of the grants that I wanted to apply for 2025 is to get a prison inmate team to do mitigation in the community. They travel here on a day basis because we're so close to the prisons, and then they work in the neighborhood, but they don't support the meals. So if I am to apply for that grant, I would need to add some operations money, probably about $2,000 for meals and hydration for the inmates in the community. So that's not in there yet, because I really don't understand, but I am hearing that we shouldn't be putting money in the budget as a placeholder for grants that I might be getting.
No, because we can do a budget amendment resolution later and do it. So we
It doesn't mean not plan it, it just means how we fund it.
It doesn't say don't go for
Doesn't
it.
mean you don't do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we could add that $2,000 of operations.
You gotta plan on
money
it, but
for-
and then we gotta see what
the
it.
grant? Oh, I apologize, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What's the grant that you were talking about?
It's called SWIFT Team.
Okay, so it's not listed yet, gotcha. All right.
It's a new grant. It's part of the state. There are 5 different grants in the state.
When we had our own jail, we had a guy several times, and we had the best grounds and maintenance guy
Yes,
ever.
we did.
He was amazing. I think he kept wanting to come back just to do that.
Just to do that, yeah. Well, anything to get out, right?
He was dependable and honest, believe it or not.
So you'll see that most of the items up here, I have dealt with 0 budget before, flat budget. So you'll see on the right, I made some notes. So the fuel, repairs, education, all that's flat. So no increases. when we get down to building utilities, this is where we're drilling down into the grants. We can support EMG
That's-
for utilities. So we've never billed utilities for this building. So we'd have to take the utilities and divide it by the square footage.
Well, that's not, your OEMs, which we're like squatters here.
Yeah, it's like a lease.
No, we pay,
I know,
yeah.
but that's paid separately. So.
Yeah, so what she
should carry
can't
it as
do is
OEM.
because she doesn't pay for it out of her budget.
That's right.
For the utilities, she can't put it towards a grant.
That's right.
But if we do the calculation on how much square footage
But
of this building,
You
and how
could, you
much.
could take a percentage.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I figured, about $750 for,
Okay.
percentage-wise on this building.
That'd be cool.
I think it might.
So that's
I think
just
it might help.
a way to actually maximize grant money,
Okay.
and what we haven't done before. So we don't know exactly
That's
how
a good
much,
point.
but, I mean, we could even pay that portion if it was included in our budget, right?
Sure.
So just taking those bills and showing
No,
them.
and we,
Well, if you're billing your grant, you need to pay the bill.
Right,
Yeah.
The percentage, for sure.
yeah.
That gets given to SAR.
So, may I ask a question here?
Mhm.
Communications, we've got 2 cell phones, a hotspot, and your G Suite subscriptions
Starlink.
and Starlink.
Starlink.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is that 38, or 3350? Is that, you feel like that's enough? Or, and should some of that be in here in EMPG and WMO?
Oh, some of that should be, that's something that got missed.
Yeah, reimbursable, okay.
Yep, that communication EMPG.
I noticed that when I was,
Yep, we missed
moving
that.
it. Okay, I'm just gonna make some notes here.
So that would probably be 30, right, 57?
We don't need to get into the weeds, I'm just making notes.
Yes,
I'm gonna
that needs to
recalculate
be
that and move
increased,
it
yeah,
over
yeah.
For you, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
The neat thing is, when we get a finance department lined out, a lot of these discussions like you're having here have gone through, because we don't need to be involved in
Yes.
those. And then you come up with what's needed to fix.
Yeah, I was thinking we'll start the budget in, I don't know, July next year.
Maybe,
So we can have
maybe
those.
actually get it done on time. Huh?
Yeah, I received, I'm still missing several budgets, and I received probably about a quarter of them on Thursday. So, a week after we were supposed to start budget hearings. So,
But
Well, you know, and, yeah.
but it's all good.
we've
we'll
been
get
having
through it.
those conversations a couple weeks ago.
We have, yeah.
We have.
I know you guys, I'm just
Yeah.
pointing, that's just a general statement.
Yes, I
Understood,
think
How to
you're
run
right,
the
and
department.
and I'm the guinea pig, so, you know, you can tailor back some things on the next one. So medical insurance, you know, that's again, the thing you have to plan for, even if you don't take it. As you see, I don't take medical insurance on my Medicare, so that, you know, is way under.
So is that, you're paying for somebody though there? Is that right?
That was, I don't know, is that my
Why
vision
carry it?
insurance or something?
So each year, we've budgeted 6,000,
And don't
and
spend
23,
it
we
all.
spent 313.
Yeah.
So we could probably
Give it to
shop
somebody
that
else,
down,
yeah.
but it is good
Move it up.
to, I mean, you know, we talked about proverbial bus. Robin doesn't take it, but if something happened on January 15th.
Sure. See, that's the county budget in general. If
Yeah.
things happen, you go budget, you change, you react and you move things, or you drop things in order to prioritize and drop things
Priority,
out.
yeah, there you go.
So that's something normal. You don't wanna, problem we had when I first came in a long time ago is everybody had a rainy day fund or whatever you wanted to call it, and the money was not getting spent on services that the taxpayers wanting us to spend it on.
Gotcha.
So it's a good thing, move it into road and bridge or something.
Right. Well,
So you
$6,000
guys
bucks.
will have to decide
2,000.
what to do on that.
Yeah.
yeah, I'll get the numbers from Robert, and we'll calculate.
Sure, and then
which-
when you formalize it, we can talk about what the
Okay.
big picture is.
Dues and subscription, again, that's flat, just to clarify what that is. That's the salamander badging program and our inventory program and SEMA dues. So,
I thought they were updating that or doing something different with Salamander.
they are updating it. I'm going to a training class, all-day training class in Divide on the
Does
14th.
it cost money?
It's like $1,800 a year. No, not more. This, right now it's flat. But
Now, can any of that be paid for out of our other grants?
Sure, they should be.
so
It could be
my
reimbursed from the grant.
understanding is that the state
Uh-huh.
originally bought the printer,
Yeah,
one
they did.
printer,
Uh-huh.
and I don't know if they paid the dues the first year or not, but the idea was that every county was gonna get the same system so that we would have consistency with the badging across the
Sure,
state.
that's okay, but the point is, if you got a guy hired full-time on the grant ought to fund the cost of his badge. I mean, portion. What if everybody was
You
on?
know, that goes back to the
For everything.
conversation that, or the subject that Commissioner Epp mentioned earlier, is an actual breakout of everything that we do.
Mhm.
So we get a grant and we say, oh, okay, well, for instance, the department has a grant and we're gonna be hiring someone, we're gonna be buying equipment, but what is the true cost?
Right,
The badge,
Yeah,
the
that's true.
computer,
The
the
lease on the printer,
subscriptions,
the
the
printer.
phones, all of that, you know?
Yeah.
so
Right,
one
we're evolving.
center,
And then it's not only that, but it's IT's time, a tech's time, Robert's time of a hiring packet and
Sure.
hiring
That's all
process.
overhead that should be included in.
And so
operations of
we've talked about putting a
business or
spreadsheet
company or
together.
county.
So anybody, whether it be a commissioner or IT or OEM, and well, as I check boxes, it automatically populates a percentage of
Sure.
cost center,
cost.
yeah, concept, but I think that's probably 2026.
No, it is, we got
Yeah.
some long.
So I say, we're evolving.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
That's good. So we could consider how to do that, but we do have costs that are associated with the cards, with the film, the ribbon. And of course, Sheriff's Office has, you'll see they have their concealed carry
Mhm.
portion
Mhm.
in there too, so you'll see it in their budget as well. Public notices, we sometimes do those for the LETC meetings. And I guess, job advertisements would also be falling under there. Then CERT and the mitigation team, that's also flat. Am I missing something?
So okay. Current actuals for certs is what?
It's low because we hadn't had activity till we got the team on
Okay.
board, so it's a
So
credit card
so
bill,
you plan on using 5,000?
yes,
Okay. And you plan on doing that next year too?
Yeah.
Because keep this in the back of your mind. Every place that we can save $1,000 here and $1,000 there, will help us, because we're gonna balance our budget. We are not going, I don't wanna start, I don't wanna get into the habit of we continue to use our cash balance. And I've got Lisa Haman looking at other counties and if there's any guidelines as to, you need to 3 months of cash reserves or 6 months, what, we don't know that. We don't have any idea. We need to get there. And we're starting to run out of revenue with road and bridge, and we're probably gonna have to start kicking money to them out of general fund until we can get a mill levy increase or
Something else.
figure out what we're gonna do there, so. We're in
Well,
sad shape.
Vernon and I looked at that, and it looks like there'll be excess revenue.
In
Yeah.
the 60 fund.
In the 60
In the
What
60
is,
fund.
what is the cash reserve right now in the 60 fund?
I can tell you off the top of my head. If you give me a moment, and we'll find that.
And then it's, while he's doing that, just, we'll skip ahead to the fact that I have $20,000 in my budget that's set aside for emergencies that just rolls over to the next year, but we don't spend unless there's an emergency.
Okay,
So that's kind of a,
so that's pre-built into your budget.
I think that's probably, Bill, you might know from previous years, there wasn't that, and then all of a sudden we had to come up with disaster money for
I
probably
think
something.
that went in 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's something I don't spend, I don't touch.
Cash balance for the 60 fund, $245,206 as of yesterday.
Okay, so we do.
Now, that does
have-
not include encumbrances and such or table reserve. That's just the overall picture.
And 3% would be Taylor Reserve.
Mhm.
So we have somewhat of an emergency fund built into that portion.
What's the 20,000?
Or
Plus
you
the
just move it out and put it in an emergency fund.
Absolutely.
Into the contingency fund?
Yeah.
We could definitely do that.
I think that's a good idea.
But I believe that, so if we have $240,000, we're looking at approximately, so essentially what she has right now is a 6-month reserve. If all funding stopped,
Right, right.
the emergency services fund could continue operating for 6
6
months.
months, yeah.
So,
See, the,
which is,
the reason I'd be in favor of moving it out is because if all funding stops, then we have to prioritize who gets to stay and use the fund, not OEM, and they lose out on that. For example, depends on the emergency.
Well, yeah, right.
See what I'm
Free-com may have to continue running.
Sure, other things may take priority, and rather than trying to search for some, well, you know.
well,
you
that would
just-
be,
you
that would
carry
be the
that
200,000 for
That's
free
right.
cash, yeah.
Well, and that, there is a state statute that says you have to have an emergency.
No, you have to have.
Right.
You
State
can night,
statute really says you cannot go into the red, and you have to have an emergency.
well, you could hack somebody else with the emergency fund,
That's right.
with the emergency manager.
Don't you dare look at me.
I try not to make eye contact, I swear.
Well, and see, when that process was set up, the reasoning behind that was, on the money that rolls over that 20,000, is because if we had an emergency that we had to fund before
Free getting
We could get.
before we had help come in, we had the money
to start
that
it.
the OEM could spend out of their budget
Mhm.
on that emergency without having to get 3 commissioners together.
Right.
Yada, yada.
And that's what I put into that exercise last
Which is fine,
time, so.
but 200,000, different story.
Oh,
So I wanted to also touch on the capital outlay. This is, I've activated the capital outlay in the 60 fund so that we don't have to use the actual 50 fund. She can use grant funding and different things for actual capital without having to go over to our 50 funds. So that's why it's been 0 in the past and why it's budgeted here.
so that's the only thing I've added to the budget, would be to, there's some of those equipment needs to haul that stuff. We can certainly borrow, beg, and, talk to Road and Bridge if they have, even the skid steer at the airport, I mean, things like that. We can utilize that existing county equipment. But then, we have to look at who pays for the maintenance if we
Mhm.
break it, all these kinds of things. So this need for the dump trailer is pretty high, as far as you might be able to get something like that from grant funding, but
The
At this-
DRMO possibly.
Where's your 5th wheel?
DRMO, the military surplus.
we don't have a fifth wheel,
No, no.
so.
So you're talking 5th wheel trailer, not a 5-wheel trailer.
Fifth wheel.
Yeah, but we don't have anything.
Okay, but we also have the potential for
Maybe
just a
Not
bumper
necessarily
pull.
fifth wheel, it's a gooseneck on
We
the
could
ball.
use-
we could use a semi, you know, but to pull a fifth wheel trailer for wildfire mitigation.
Yeah.
We're already so,
Depends how big the
road
trailer
and
is.
bridge is already, we probably need a new tractor for pulling fifth wheel trailers.
And see,
That
that
big.
is where, again, I think the economy could be
Those
in
water
grants.
trucks,
What?
those water trucks that Gary bought are eating them alive.
So,
Free stuff, ever free?
no,
Long
it's not.
transmissions you put in them.
It depends on how big a trailer you're talking about. You can get a gooseneck for a pickup, big pickup, 400.
Well, and maybe that's where, you know, Road and Bridge probably needs to trade out some of those old red 3/4 ton pickups.
Yeah, get
And-
a diesel power.
Give one a recycle, and maybe OEM uses one for a
Sure.
gooseneck trailer for wildfire
Yeah.
mitigation,
Maybe the ticket.
where they're not being used daily.
Sure. They use the
As
pickup for
much.
other things.
We could potentially retrofit the 1 ton over at Public Health.
It's such a nice truck to be used for that type of thing, though.
But what do we use it for?
Well, you use it.
Anyway, that's the only thing that I've added to the budget, and we do have this bumper pull. I don't know if you've looked at that and pass that, look at it. We've got it's realistic, it's probably potentially a used one, because we don't need anything crazy,
It's a small.
you know? But, if you're not moving the fire anywhere,
The irony is what we just sold one of those, a trailer like that from Road and Bridge 2 years ago.
did you?
That's why we all need to have these roundtable things.
Right.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah, so we know what each other's thinking. Then the other thing
Well,
we
when we
didn't
did
talk
it though,
about.
we passed it around. Anybody need it? Kind of thing. Nobody wanted.
Well, that was before Robin came on, before this program even existed.
Yeah.
I was just pointing out the irony, enough that we need to
Yeah,
go
it's
back
too
in
bad.
time.
Yes.
Well, and it was a 3-axle trailer,
Okay,
not a dump bed,
gotcha,
which is what she's looking at.
That's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
But
okay,
a hole with a thumb on it, you can unload a trailer pretty quick
gotcha,
at the dump site.
there we go.
And we didn't talk about the Homeland Security Grant. This is the 2022 grant, so I'm still working off old information here and old requests. But that has to be spent by spring. So we have, at least $15,000 we need to spend in that. We may get some of it purchased
Oh, you didn't
before.
put that into the line item here.
Oh,
We need me to put that into the line item?
yes,
Okay.
What does by spring mean? By the 21st of March? Or whenever spring starts?
so last year when I ran into trouble with being able to work on those purchases, because we did a scope change, they extended our grant. We got an extension until August. I do not know if we're gonna get an extension for this, because it's 2022 funds.
What do we need to spend this on?
So the two items that are in the 2022 grant are air quality monitors
Okay.
Something.
and
Never did
radio
complete
training.
that.
So like $1,700 in radio training and 13,000 in air monitors. And so I'm working with Sarah, I've got
Wow.
CDPHE.
They had one picked out, that was in Butcher's around.
They do.
They had a big feud over what air monitor.
Yeah, and I've done research on the company that they had picked out, and I can tell you why they had it picked out, is because the technology is evolving so quickly on air quality monitoring that it could potentially have an add-on for chemicals.
Hmm.
And as you know, both Dr. Brown and Butch were quite concerned about potential radiation. So, not my concern. Mine is more wildfire smoke.
Mhm.
And that's, I'm partnered with the University of Washington, a PhD up there who has been doing some air quality stuff, and she has a lot of, obviously, information from up in Washington and Oregon, and like they have had so much smoke from Alberta and their own fires, and there's a, like, wildfire air monitoring going on in schools. I mean, it's starting to expand. It's kind of a hot topic right now. So we're looking at the potential for some mobile. So when it, gets bad, we can put them in Wedmore.
So you can move them around.
Yeah, move them around rather than fixed, because I met with Sangre de Cristo, and we did get their CEO to agree that they would pay their linemen to put those up on telephone poles if we wanted to. But because they are so expensive, we'd only be able to have like 2 locations. So then you're like, okay, well, how do you justify where you put those? Cliff had his own ideas on that. Adrian had one as a pilot on his property out in the valley. We also need to think about winds, like where would be the right place
But
for
they
that.
did that, they had a place for 3 of them to make it be what it should be, because they're just taking one off
Yep.
of the north end is all, and then they
Right.
tell you the quality of the air in the valley. But anyway, we gotta fix it, so when you have to spend the money, and
I-
by spring doesn't mean anything.
I think it's March 31st, but I'm not absolutely positive. I kind of like putting my head in the sand because I've
Okay, so,
waited so
all
long.
right,
to
we
get
don't
this
need to
done.
talk about it anymore, it needs to be moved in like Vernon's
I'll
done.
make it,
so
Yeah.
I'll
we're
get
good.
that money in there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that's about it.
Okay. Not a lot to change with your budget, thank you.
Well,
It looks like there's just a few modifications and I think we'll be good to go.
any other questions?
Don't ask if you can't stand the answer.
So the current budget right now is without the additional person, correct? It's just you and the current, right?
No, she's got
That
that, she has
worksheet that we
that,
looked at,
Yeah, is that included in the,
she had it included,
it's
Right.
included in the worksheet, but it's not
Right.
included in the budget.
because,
yeah, maybe,
yeah, I think
needs,
we had
this needs
100.
to be updated.
That would be
before we- our
115.
discussion.
Yeah, because you go up another 45
That's right.
or whatever.
458.
What is it at right now?
Well, it's at 107, so it's at what we had for Jennifer at 50% and me at 50%.
No, no, it's just at 64,
So you're gonna update it.
right? Or is that, okay, the current is
Yeah,
107.
107. So it doesn't actually change that much.
No,
Oh, we split it out amongst the
Grants.
grants,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah, it's a little confusing this year,
Okay.
because we're still working off
All right.
the old
So it's
info.
really only changing about 7,500.
Well, and if you remember, last year when we
Right.
made the change from a part-time to a full-time EMPG funded position, I think the analysis was around $5,000 is what it would cost the county to have a full-time person. So again, if you front load that into a salary position, then you aren't paying all that overtime if there's a disaster. And the problem is if you don't okay the overtime or change the overtime policy, then you're gonna need that person to work. I mean, that's why you have that person, is to make sure that they can support during an emergency.
okay, so we're there.
All right. Have you heard from Brad? I sent an email
Well, thank
this
you
morning
all.
confirming.
Thanks,
that,
Robin. Good job.
Did you confirm?
Thank you.
He did not.
Let me,
Yeah, if you know anybody else, I think.
it might be in a bidding war.
Might be in a bidding war, somebody else wants one?
I could use one.
You wanna put us on hold on our
Yeah,
public?
good plan.
You could just borrow yours and then
like enough, Bob, what's that
It's
pay?
really not, but
What's
I'm
it pay for?
trying to be frugal.
Well, what's 15 grand worth, what is it?
That'll get us one or two trainings with Mountain States Employers Council, where they'll come out and do hands-on stuff we really need. We could be 20 to 25, to be honest, because I need to set up a portal where all employees can remote in, and they have a set of classes that they have to complete
So it wouldn't be
every
an
year.
instructor coming here and doing a personal,
That would cover some of that.
would it be that too?
Yeah, it'll cover that, plus somewhere, I have a list, I didn't bring, I don't think I've got it.
Like a NeoGov or
Yeah.
something like that.
Where, just like,
Training records.
where they have a record of all that they were taught, so if you ever go to court.
Right.
And you say, here's the record, this is what they were taught, this is how they scored,
Right.
and then one on, for department heads, what is governmental accounting budget? What does that mean? Because they don't know. And so if that's where, as an organization, we dramatically are vulnerable and are weak. The professional services would be for Mountain States Employers Council. If we had to do any more things like that, hopefully we don't have to spend that.
Yeah.
That's their communication, insurance, and that's dues and meetings. Right now, the only thing would be if I signed up for IPMA HR or something like that, but we don't have the money. That's professional services for HR professionals.
Okay, so
IPMA
that's not insurance, that's.
No. Like the dues and meetings, that would be dues for professional organizations.
Okay, so you're,
And right now, is
That'd
it
be
helpful? That would be for me.
That'd be for you to keep you abreast of what's
Going on.
in the
Yeah.
state, federal, whatever.
Right. Would it be helpful? Absolutely. But if I'm going to spend money on HR stuff, I'd rather put it in professional services or education and training. That's where honestly, I do more inputting on dues and stuff than I do get out of it, but it does help. It helps. But if I had to choose one or the other, I'd do education for the benefit of the county. And the other thing, I don't know what you guys, I've mentioned it once, is if I'm going to be doing recruiting for everybody, the recruiting costs would be, I've always had it, since those costs put in the HR budget. It'd be under professional services. But instead of having each department have part of their budget that says, this is my money to hire.
Advertise or whatever.
Right.
Other than, there's so many different mill levies that go that like in emergency services or road and bridge, you still do it, but when you go put an ad in the paper, that gets coded to road and bridge or
Right.
the different.
Right, and then it would be all coded to whatever that fund number is.
so what are we doing now?
You do it by department.
I don't.
And I think it needs
But
to
the
stay.
departments, are they
Like-
paying for the ads in the paper?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I think it ought to be centralized, don't you?
Well, the bad thing is then what we're doing is we're taking general fund money to recruit somebody for road and bridge, and that's actually a road and bridge expense with its own.
Only if you don't transfer from road and bridge into the.
You can't. You can't.
Well, out of road and bridge, you can't.
I mean, we
I don't
we
know.
can send them a bill
Sure.
out of HR department for
And
that, but
That's.
we're spending money then sending a bill instead of just coding it to their own.
So I don't know how they did it,
I don't
because
think,
everyone I've worked is Cedar County,
Mhm.
and they've done that. And that's where I came up with, and that back charging may be a part of the allocations I talked to you guys about. what the allocation costs.
I think it's a cleaner way of doing it, and it doesn't mix it up like road and bridge, you're supposed to be spending on roads, you know?
So it's just,
It's easier to
it makes it
categorize.
easier for administratively, it makes it easier.
And it's our job to make sure that the departments all have the ability to, that's infrastructure to me.
Okay.
And
It's a
that's,
support function,
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
so
That's not a big fight for me.
That's not,
if I were to add
Easier way to
anything
keep
to the
track of it.
structure, that's what I would do. But I'm not gonna fight, that's not something I'm gonna fight for.
right now, they don't even budget it at all. I haven't seen it.
Well, we just met with OEM, and OEM's got money in there for.
That's because of the grants, but let's pick on the clerk, you know, she doesn't.
And so you bring up an important point, the grants, right? So if he doesn't, if we have a grant that's gonna pay for a person, then that should pay for the advertising, not out of his
And then
recruitment.
what he can, but that's right, and he can build it.
Yeah, you can do it.
That's an easy transfer.
But like I say, that's not as important to me as training and getting education for the employees. Back to Bill's question, is that enough to do it well? No. Is it enough to say we tried? Yeah.
You know, I would like to throw in 2 cents on that. The professional services, right now, we are paying approximately $165 a month for our LinkedIn subscriptions. Other places are even more. During the beginning of this year, when we were advertising, we spent a significant amount of money trying to recruit. And I think that if we had it it shouldn't be under the commissioners.
No.
Because it doesn't make any sense. I think that maybe moving some money into this location makes sense from an auditing, financial audit standpoint. So I think this might help us.
That's, if you moved it over under professional services, you could do a sub piece of that, one being recruiting costs.
You could just make an expense line recruiting.
I could just make an expense, yeah, I
That's the
could
best
do
thing.
that.
Now, as an example, if you ever got into a place where you found the dream finance director, it's like, fireworks go off and all that kind of stuff. And if you wanted to, for those types of positions, it's not unheard of to help move them. That's where that would come out of. For advertising, for all those kinds of things.
Yeah, because,
Because you can control the cost.
well, right, and then you know what the cost, this is what we spent in recruitment. If we wanted to go get that cost, we'd have to go into how many different ones to figure that out.
Did we do it
Now-
online? Where was it? We have to have a
We
process.
have 100
Fund
here,
that process.
$50 here.
And be ready to go out to all the websites for that particular unique job.
What if we put a recruitment line into each fund that might have to do recruitment? 60, 70, 20, and 10. It's a recruitment line that exists there in the administration. In the 10 fund, it exists there, because that's where the majority of us live, is the 10 fund. For the 10 fund, it is in HR, but then we have another line in the other departments for the same purpose. That way, we can always say, so if somebody says, well, how much money are you spending on recruitment? We can say, I just pull a report and.
You don't have to give them the money though either.
When I put the cost in, I always put recruitment for X position and department. And then I identify it.
The issue with that as a search function is that if it's not in a specific line,
You can't.
you have to search for it.
Yeah,
It adds at least one or two
But
layers.
what he's saying is,
of-
that's right, you'd have you got recruitment in his line, then you got each of the departments under that as a sub-line, like you do.
I could put a number, A is road and bridge, B is.
I'd rather do that than throw the money at each department.
That way it
We
makes
could
it
do it
searchable.
exactly like we do the fuel, where you're recruiting for road and bridge. You code it out of recruitment subcategory road and
That's right.
bridge, and then you give them a bill, just like they give a bill to us for fuel.
That's another way to do it. No, we
Whatever
can,
works, yeah.
oh, but we're doing that at the front of the year. We're loading his line up with all the
Yeah.
money. It doesn't matter, but that's a cleaner way to do it.
It's just,
Load it up.
it controls the cost.
Understood.
And that's like with hiring people.
Don't separate
I'm
it out.
trying to get the county to where, the departments, to where they don't control the wage cost. They
Well-
don't control the hiring cost.
Yeah, and
It
it
takes
keeps
it away.
it keeps it consistent as to where we're
we
advertising all the time. Every job is advertised the same.
Same way, and then,
Because we probably.
not necessarily the same websites and stuff, it'd be unique, but you got the process set up.
Yeah, yeah,
Does each,
and it stays within HR.
Yeah. It's like setting wages.
Right.
Departments should not have the authority to set wages for positions. That whole.
that's a
the
that's a
gatekeeper-
corporate
Yeah,
job. That's
the gatekeeper for wages and hiring and all of that is the human resources department.
Yeah.
That departments don't have that.
Which
authority.
the CEO.
Now, they have input,
Mhm.
absolutely, but they don't have final say.
The interesting challenge in that regard is that you have departments and you have offices.
Mhm.
And you have some offices that are held to one standard, and you have some offices that are held to.
This is how we standardize.
And I think that's a great plan.
Yeah, that's how you standardize it.
As boots on the ground, I see that a lot, but standardization is definitely needed.
So, if there's room, I would say to increase on the education, we could do 20 to 25,000. That would take us light years from where we are now.
Well, we need to do
And I
it.
don't
We
think
need
it
to
would
get
have to be
you
as
talking to
aggressive.
the people, that's right. Train
Can
them.
can I propose something here? We do have multiple funds. If we started out with 15,000 in the 10 fund,
Mhm.
and maybe we took 5,000, we dedicated 5,000 in the road and bridge fund to this.
Yeah.
And 4 or 5,000 in OEM to this, we could cover all of our bases, have the funding that we need without concentrating the money on a single fund.
And I'm fine with that.
Okay?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
How much do you think maintaining year to year for training would be? I know we had some.
Once
catch-up.
this is catch up.
This is catch-up.
10,
Okay.
probably.
10 years?
No,
10
10,000.
grand.
Oh, okay, 10 grand a year, okay.
Right now, we're playing catch up.
Yeah, $150 an employee for a full-time employee, probably right, and there's probably some part-time employees that will have to train up the same.
Yeah, and there's a lot of training that's the same.
Yeah, that people, every year.
Yeah.
have to-
Refresher course,
Yeah.
again, same
There are
thing
some
drilled in over and over.
And that can
that are
be automated,
department-oriented.
but getting the sensitivity up.
I want to
think
see
needs to be-
some leadership development, team building stuff that makes.
That can be
We
done.
gotta get all the workforce together to understand we're in the same boat, and the mission is to provide services to the county.
Right, and that, that can all be done.
But that costs money, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It should be included.
Absolutely.
So the salary right there is basically
Myself and then your
yourself,
general,
technician or whatever, yeah,
technician, generalist, yeah.
Okay.
At current wages.
at current wages, yeah, okay.
Okay, we're done with you, get out of here.
I'm gonna beef up your
I'm good.
communication and your data processing lines a little bit.
Oh, data processing, I didn't include in that, and I thought about it last night.
Uh-huh.
Laptop and computer stuff for generalist.
So laptop would come out of operations. The laptop and monitors and stuff like that would come out of operations. Now, data processing is really software. So it's gonna be your G Suite, it's gonna be your Adobe, it's gonna be those.
It might be your Nat,
Mhm.
Gov,
Okay,
NeoGov.
NeoGov.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I didn't put NeoGov in there, because I know we don't have the money. So, but
How much is the NeoGov?
I'll call you with it.
Okay.
It's on my computer.
You know, though, in the long
Is that-
run,
Because sorry,
sorry, go ahead.
that's something we could use for budgeting, we could use for personnel, we could use it for payroll, we could build on it. So I can send that to you.
Okay.
It would monstrously help the county move forward. NeoGov is basically the standard soft system that city and counties use.
What do they do? What's it do?
Well,
So it's kind of like
Why is it
Paychex or
unique?
ADP to a certain degree, right?
yes,
What makes it unique?
what makes it unique? Well, you can, on the big scale, it does human resources, it does payroll, it does legal compliance, it does all of those functions, like 1094, 1095, which is insurance power schemes every year. If I have to go and post a position, I build in that, and they have access to all the professional websites, and I push it to one, and it goes all over, and I don't have to do the work. For
So that's
recruiting,
HR only, then you would be, okay.
but it can do finance, it can do accounting, it can do,
From an HR, from the stuff that's required.
and so
Okay.
I can start small, and I can build.
You can add.
And if I were to add to that, I would put it under data processing or something. But in my mind, I'm going, I don't think the county can afford it, so I didn't even bother.
Well, you got a plan.
Let's see
Right.
what the monthly costs are,
Yeah.
and maybe we do the same thing we're gonna do with GSA for the assessors, is pay for the upfront costs of capital improvement.
Right.
And I'll send it to all of you.
Okay.
But here's another thought, though, as we're remodeling things, this is help from Vernon's point, from an IT point. I think the IT needs, like computers, et cetera, ought to be in IT, and it's their job to supply the departments with their hardware and software.
Well,
Because each department doing it themselves.
Well, I do pay, so if I buy a computer for HR, I pay for it out of his account.
I know, but why? You don't need to do it, because it's the
well,
same
because
money.
we don't know what the cost is for a department
Well,
without,
that's the point. The department has the requirement, and he needs to understand that requirement, and it means a super fast computer doing X, and it requires the G, then that's the requirement the HR or the IT guy has for the company, for the corporation here. And it's the pool of money then is easier to brack up, and it's easier to audit what our expenses are than going to each department and piecemeal.
but we don't know then what the true cost of the department is, because IT paid for this, Road and Bridge paid for this.
Well, we do in that we know what it takes to do the business of the whole corporation.
Yeah, but we don't know per department.
He does. He would know the cost of the
But he would have
equipment
to-
and the software for that department. He
Yeah,
should.
but it's not split out by department within the IT fund.
He could, I mean.
We could do
it's
that,
not hard
but-
to do.
I do.
Then we have to
right
beef
now with
up.
spreadsheets for Google Suites,
Right, and then-
Adobe, cell phones, all that
But then
stuff.
it's kind of confusing, because now you got a different deal going in clerk's office as opposed to his and yours.
That would be an interesting project.
I mean, it's just that I'm thinking about evolving into, big corporations do. I mean, the IT department does it all for every corporation I've ever worked.
They do, so Sant does, so every project,
You need
or
a
every
computer, you go
employee,
there.
IT buys a laptop, 2 screens.
Right.
If you want more than that, it goes to the project.
If it, well,
Or it
that's
goes to
paid
the
for by the, that's right.
Right.
But that can happen there, but, or if it becomes a long-term thing, it evolves and he keeps budgeting for it.
I mean, it centralizes all the IT stuff, definitely then within IT.
That's right.
If we give him that responsibility, then he's got that authority that we have to back him up.
Well, that's
When
exactly
the sheriff
right.
goes, I lost my phone for the 5th time, I want another phone, and I'm gonna say, you don't get another damn.
You don't have to say it, he does.
Right.
And that's the point. is-
But we
here,
have to back him
there's a
up,
policy in other
because if
words.
we don't back him up.
Sure, there's policies though that department has, that's been my experience, and if you lose phones X times for whatever reason, he has to understand it, and then he has to answer to the CEO, us, as to
Right.
why he's spending X money
Right.
on HR who's losing his phone all the time.
So to answer your question about what, they can do open enrollment. Employees can see their paychecks, they can go online and make changes to their W-2s. They have all that stuff, so
Looks
it
like-
takes it off of staff time.
It looks like it's a cost of $100 to $500 a month per employee.
How'd you get that?
I
Depending on the
did
module.
research, yeah.
Well, you
I
did.
have their email.
What's that?
Way to go, you just did a research just
Yeah,
now.
yeah, there's a pricing website that I found.
I asked him to send me a breakdown, because you can get it in modules.
Okay.
They're more pricey.
Say that price again.
$100 to $500 a month per employee.
That's a subscription, or what is that?
I don't
How do
know
they figure
beyond,
that?
I don't know beyond that. It looks like it is a subscription based off of services.
Mhm.
So that might be a full suite of stuff that
Yeah, you don't have to take all of
you
it.
don't have to take on.
Well, I think the minimum would be the 100.
The 100.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's per month.
what's that per month?
so 90 people.
But and this could be wrong, who knows, I don't know. We really do get a quote down.
90 times 100 is what?
$90,000 a month,
Pretty cheap.
$90,000 a month?
No, I thought you said 9.
9,000. 100.
Oh, yeah, yes, $9,000 a month. Sorry,
That's
that's,
not, that's centralized.
That's another HR guy right there.
That's a pretty good deal.
no, I mean, if we put that $9,000 a month towards another HR person,
Yeah, like you
But
say,
you don't need the
do I
HR
have to
person.
have it?
You don't have to have
No.
the HR person.
It's a nice to have.
It's a
very
nice to
nice
have, but do I have to have it? No, I'd rather have a
That's
general.
why I'm not saying do it now, I'm just saying get involved into
Yeah.
that, but that's pretty good.
That's why I didn't include it.
gotcha.
Is it a wish list? Yes. Would it be nice to have? Yes. Do I have to have it? No.
See, payroll still has to be paid for somewhere else. It's just not a
So,
simple
Like I said, that's,
90, it's not a simple meaning there's one person you can hire.
I'd rather have a general.
Mhm. Okay, cool.
Okay?
Okay, so just to recap, I'm going to put more money into communication and data processing, and you're anticipating also needing a computer for the generalist, so we need to add that money to that.
Well, either we do that or we put it into finance department.
Yeah, wherever you want to.
Or
budget.
IT,
She's already got it, so maybe it goes with that position that we already kind of have, but.
Right?
I mean, because in reality, if we replace Jen first, and that's the generalist, that's gonna take those 2 monitors and computer with them, right? So they already have it.
So Jen's doing payroll and payables.
Mm-hmm.
That's the current position. And then you're adding a new position as a generalist.
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Okay, then I misunderstood.
So AP tech, payroll tech. Payroll tech would be basically your generalist, HR generalist,
Okay,
right?
all right.
And maybe we're just separated on terminology, but
Okay, so the general stuff would be tied to payroll and doing that.
yeah.
Okay.
HR functions, what he's saying.
Okay, that helps me in building the position.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see the,
And still cross-trained with AP, because we just don't, we need some redundancy and some backup, but we don't have enough people.
So
We don't have
AP
depth.
is one FTE,
Position. Yeah.
generalist and payroll is a separate position.
Yes.
Okay,
But they're cross-trained to be able to do each other's roles in time.
okay.
So that one can take 2 weeks off
Okay,
or
I just wanted
have a
to
baby.
That's one to make sure I had,
Not 2 weeks,
I
that's
was
a half a
including it the
year.
way you had it in your head.
Okay.
So
And you're
AP
not-
is one.
You're not allowed to say pregnant people, not allowed to apply either.
You know what you call a 3-hump cannon?
Say what?
You know what you call a 3-hump cannon? Pregnant.
Yeah. Okay,
So, quick question,
We're
because
not
when,
live streaming this.
We're not?
Oh, yes, we are.
Oh.
All right.
It's the only way we can get through these budget hearings.
so, I'm gonna go back to the salary line, you said that's at current,
That's a current.
that's at current, and we're gonna address salaries at a later time.
Yeah. I didn't
countywide.
heard that, the generalist doesn't need to go up. There's definitely needs to go up.
Yes,
So,
and that was where I was going, because,
I think I preliminarily calculated that as with an additional 15,000 on that.
Just break it out.
so,
it's not.
and I didn't know if we needed to address that now, or if we're gonna do that
The one
when we
wanted,
address salaries countywide or whatever.
no, I mean, we can do that anytime, but maybe Thursday, next week, Thursday. We can start talking about that.
Yeah, we'll have a clear picture of what the actual budget revenue to expense will look like at next Thursday.
So we
Next Thursday.
got a little better picture of what we can and can't do. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we address
But
that.
we have to address that. I mean, it needs, I'd rather address that than address the extra OEM.
Yeah, it's different.
Will the generalists get a cell phone?
I don't know
feel
if they
like-
need one,
I don't believe that we should. I think that we should just use the cell phone.
because then
there.
employees are gonna call that person for payroll questions, and
I need an office, you need to have offices that you can get a hold of me,
I don't think,
not cell phones.
I prefer they don't.
Okay.
Me too.
Which adds more to our county
Means they gotta come to work.
budget for communication, because we need some landlines over there, and I know that's been a
I
struggle.
beat that up.
Gotta fix it, we gotta get rid of what we got, Vernon.
Well, we need personnel.
Well, and we've talked about this, what we really need to do is we need to pull them out of that building. We need to find a different place for us. We need to revamp that for DHS, pull DHS out of our county building and put the departments like finance and really they should be up where the assessor is, and the assessor is a front facing. They should be down where DHS is. DHS moved to the annex building or another building whatsoever. And finance and HR be upstairs where it's not front
And
facing.
they're not making them, that's right, public doesn't walk in on those kind of.
Nope, nope, and they don't, the public doesn't need to,
They don't need to find us.
nope,
Yeah.
so they don't need access to the stairs, they don't need.
That way, we would eliminate the whole non-ADA compliance in the county. For the public, for the
Yeah.
public.
And I'm gonna be talking with the Saddle Club when they move and build new facilities, maybe put CSU extension at the fairgrounds where a lot of counties have it. So, I don't know.
I have thoughts on,
They have it in
thoughts on
different
that, but I think that we need to suss some things out.
Different discussion.
Different discussion, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm on my way to hospital board to talk with Melody.
Okay.
I've looked at their stuff, I'm getting a sense I want, so I'm working on stuff for them.
So that begs the question, you need to put a line in here to accept outside money for your service.
That's exactly right, a revenue line and an expense line.
So I do have a revenue line
Okay.
that could be used for that purpose.
Okay. Special tax district.
Right,
Yeah.
to the fire department or whoever.
Make note to activate that.
Yeah, and then we probably should have.
And now justify your generalist.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
All right, gentlemen, have fun.
Okay.
Well, get a cup of coffee off so you can make it back across the street.
I will.
You know, I didn't get the blue turquoise memo today, everybody else did, except
Yeah.
I got the check.
Yeah. Is
You
that
did
called
get the check.
parquet? No, is that,
It's called teamwork.
under the- All right, would you like to go over the commissioner's salary, or commissioner's budget, so we can
Yeah.
move on?
Let's just do that.
Wow.
Okay. This is Stacy, I believe. This is Vernon. Hello. No, we're at the Star Barn. Yeah, search and rescue. Okay, she'll be ready. Okay, cool, thank you. Bye now.
Right, good.
Why don't we go ahead and do kids council?
Yeah, we could do that. Let me pull that up here.
That'd be easy. I mean, it's a pass through. What do we do?
Yeah, it's probably not a huge amount of information. Let's see. I'm just going to cancel. There we are. When we look at and pull up the revenues page. So we'll book those.
That mute icon would drive me nuts.
Well, it's on the screen because it drives me nuts when television starts playing, so I turn it to mute. Because every time this goes power off, the television would come back on
Oh, yeah.
while we were taking our
Oh,
break and
that's
stuff,
right,
so
yeah.
I turned it off. It would drive me nuts. Okay. All right, we have both of those. Let me pull up the. I will tell you that CCKC is one of the more complicated, smaller funds, and she did everything
At
perfectly.
least you know.
Yep, and it was returned very, very quickly.
I don't think you should even mention that because she's in earshot now.
That's right. We don't want to give anyone a big head. I was
Good
just,
afternoon, I almost said good morning, I've already made that mistake.
it's still morning, actually.
It's 11:30.
It's 11:34.
That's all right.
So I was just saying that you have one of the more complicated, smaller budgets in the
I
entire
do.
county,
I do.
and you returned it faster than almost everybody else, and it is beautiful.
Well, thank you.
So thank you very much.
It's only because the state doesn't know what they're doing. I have to stay on top of it.
This is not the first time I've heard that.
No.
So we've got a couple of different ways we're looking at. This is of course, with a 3-year history up here on the
Right.
screen. I have your spreadsheet up on my computer, so which I can throw up on that screen if we want to, if we
Okay.
need more detail. When we get into the salary breakouts and stuff like that,
Right.
I'll probably do that.
Okay.
So, where would you like to go?
Me?
Yeah,
Or-
where would you like to start?
Well-
I've got your revenue up on the screen right now. For,
These all the grants now, there's nothing else out there that you know of.
Current budget year, okay, so grant revenue it would be Buell, that, I think I updated that on spreadsheet.
yep, I did. Let me go ahead and throw that up on the screen here for you.
If you,
We may shrink this up a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yep, that is
There we go.
perfect, yes, so,
So grant.
why wasn't it on the other sheet?
Maybe because I haven't made I haven't input this as a new budget line in the chart of accounts.
Okay,
There were a few that I missed getting everything ready. I apologize for that.
no, don't apologize.
Okay, so do you want me to just start from the top then with this
Sure.
one? Okay, so, I don't know what grant CCKC, is that just like a general?
Kids council.
So,
I mean,
if that was an old
it could
generalized
have been an
grant, we
old one,
can,
yeah.
Wisconsin says 0.
let me, while you're looking through that, I will pull this up and take a look and see what that actually is.
Okay, so grant systems building, that is the correct amount, 33,679. Grant CSQI, and these are ones that are awarded from the state, meaning the Colorado Department of Urban Traffic. CSQI, that is the correct amount. CCR&R, FCCH. Now here's where it gets confusing for us. That is the correct amount, however, that was spent down as of yesterday. So there's nothing left in those two line items.
Which one?
CCR&R and FCCH.
Okay.
Those particular line items, grant lines, we had to spend those funds from July 1 through September 30th.
22,000
Mhm.
bucks. 23.
So that is now 0.
So we won't be getting those grants,
No,
so there will be no budgeted amounts in those.
correct.
Okay, so
I forget, because when I gave Vernon this is my 24-25 budget, because I'm, like, that's my fiscal, but you guys are looking at it as 25, correct?
Yeah.
So that's where it kind of got tricky.
So,
So you spent that.
So in 25,
there's
no-
So there's gonna be no 25.
in 25, there's nothing in CCR.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, so in
'Cause you're gonna spend it in
2025,
24.
there is, yes, I mean, as of now, there's nothing.
There's nothing for
Yeah, I
October
mean,
to
because I was
December.
not about to give them a dime back.
Yeah.
So, E&E, that is correct, there's nothing. The else.
One quick one.
Yes.
So all these grants, what's the fiscal year they're funded? Are they?
July 1 to
July.
June 30th,
All of them?
all of them,
Okay. That's the state.
with the exception
So
of
that
Buell.
follows the state.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why the state puts the counties on a
Different
calendar
fiscal
fiscal year
Yeah.
instead.
That's not your
Bottom
guys'
line.
choice, that's.
No,
No, we can't.
No, that's
No, we
just-
can't
that's
because,
I think it did because it helps the state, just like the federal feds did. They kept rotating the fiscal year back and back because it saves money in that year. And
Okay.
the state did that.
So the LCO is going to change to or they said getting $5,009 or something like that. Let me pull it up, the exact amount. And I am waiting on, they should be sending you what they do is they send make sure the vendor, they send that email first asking vendor contact info is correct, and then make sure that amended budget is correct, and then they send you the link to do the DocuSign. But that will be changing to $49,822.
okay, I will take care of that.
And then the donation CCKC line is now we received a stipend, and Virginia has already deposited it, so it has an additional 5,000, so what would it be? $6,637.22.
Okay, If you can send me an email with that, so we can craft a budget resolution where the commissioners accept those funds.
Right now.
I've got a bunch of that to do in the next few months, so thank you.
Are any of those funds restricted as to the purpose of the donation? Like Stacy, I'm giving you this, but you
no,
can only use it
no,
for this. Okay.
So I do have a donation line right here.
Okay, perfect.
Dedicated to that.
Okay.
So if someone asks, we can show.
Okay.
right.
Perfect.
And that leads, I mean, that's a side question, but a topic that I need to discuss with you guys. I recently learned that Custer County Kids Council is eligible to be recognized as an unlicensed childcare organization through the Department of Revenue, which basically says that if any individual, and I'm trying to get it recognized in time for the Spirit campaign, any individual donates to CCKC, they're eligible for up to a 50% tax deduction on their
On my contribution.
on their contributions.
Okay.
So
Wow.
50% tax deduction up to $100,000.
We need a PR campaign about that.
So if I donate $20, I get 10 credit.
We get from the PIO.
So I'm trying to, I put a phone call into Ronnie Burgdorf at Sangre Solutions, because she oversees the foundation, to find out who is best to fill this out for us, because we're under the county, but we're also recognized as a nonprofit fund under the foundation. Does that, I mean, I
We're
don't
already
get in the weeds here.
recognized as a nonprofit as a county. That's a good question to ask her.
Right, because so many people will donate during the Spirit campaign, but they do it through the foundation. I want to make sure that they're eligible.
You can still call it the foundation, but she needs to get the EIN number that we use.
But I don't.
But that's the concern, is that when people donate to the foundation, and I don't want to get us in the weeds on this, but when people make a donation,
Go specifically.
it goes to that foundation
Right.
FEIN number.
Right.
And then they say, on behalf of CCKC and Rebecca's Fund, or whatever other, entity they donated from. That's why I need to clarify that portion of
Figure
their
out so you get
donation
the
gets
right
the
credit
50,
there.
exactly, 50%. So that's
Because giving to the Spirit campaign is not tax deductible.
no, it is.
It is.
But they're giving it to the foundations through the foundation's FEIN number. Because the Spirit campaigns run through the foundation.
Right, so the foundation gives the money, they don't get the tax credit, but there are.
They give the individual, like when we donate,
Mhm.
they say, thank you on behalf of Whatnot Community Valley Foundation for your for your donation, $10 to CCKC, $10 to Altitude Community Fitness, $10. So my question is that $10 for CCKC, that individual gets the 50%.
Right.
Eligibility.
It's a better tax break than the normal.
My other question
tax
to Ronnie
break
is,
you get.
could this
On
be
the
filled
donation.
out as the county? Could it also be filled out as the foundation doing business as CCKC? I don't want to get into the weeds on that, but that's something that I need to look into, and I may bring back to you guys as far as,
That's
this
maybe
is what I
something we
learned.
need to talk to our attorney about,
yes.
see how we process that through.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Stacy, real quick,
Yeah.
about this increase, this is your revenue line. Do you want me to increase your expense line? to
Yes,
match that
because I will have,
6,600? Okay.
yes.
All right,
So I'm
so
doing
that's
that
the
email
notes I
right
need.
now.
And
So,
balance.
please adjust I'm sending you an email. Adjust the donations. CCKC revenue and expense line?
Well, we don't need to adjust the revenue line.
Okay.
Because this is what we're projecting to receive in 2025. What we really need to do is we need to adjust the expense line so that you can expend what has already been received.
Well, that's
So-
what I'm saying. I have received an additional 5,000.
Yeah, I made that note.
Oh, okay. So that should be
So-
6,637.
But the donation itself line, this is showing what we expect to receive next year. I would keep that low not reflecting this additional $5,000 because,
I will have spent it down by the time 2025
Yeah,
starts.
yeah.
Is
It's
that-
not
this
there.
is what you're expecting
Okay.
to get
Gotcha.
next
Okay.
year. So we have no idea. It might be 6,000, it might be
Gotcha.
10,000, or it
Well,
might be 2.
Now,
So,
if you only expect that you're going to spend half of that $5,000 this year, we need to project $2,500 of that, because that revenue has got, that's where we've got to roll over that deferred revenue, right, of that donation.
yeah, the revenue, we don't put it back into the revenue line. We can
Just
put
carry it
into-
over.
It already exists in the 10 fund, we can just put that into the donation line.
Okay, so this is what you were talking about,
Into
needing
the,
to do a
expense
budget
line.
adjustment for this year.
Right, exactly, I need to do
Okay,
the budget
budget
adjustment for
adjustment.
this year.
So because I'm already gonna have expenses for that next month.
But that is,
Oh, you are going to spend that this coming month?
Yes,
Okay,
I've received
all
it,
right, so I
Virginia
need to do
deposited
I need
it.
to do a budget amendment
Budget
very quickly,
amendment.
and I need to beef up the current line then, for
Yes,
2024.
Yes.
Okay,
by 5,000.
Yeah.
Budget amendment.
both
Okay,
the revenue and the expense line, 5,000.
We'll get it.
okay, I see,
Yes, yeah,
we're on the 2025 budget, but we're talking about the 2024 budget,
Yes.
so
Please
I
amend.
didn't realize
Budget
we'd
amendment
switch
for
gears that
donations,
way.
CC.
Okay.
So now on the LCO, does that need to be on
Adjusted
this
for
year as
else
well,
for-
or just for
yes.
next year?
Yes.
So it's 2024
Well,
as well? The
I guess
additional
my
five?
question, I would say, it's gonna be an addition, but I don't know what's easier for you guys. I have enough money in there to spend, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's
To get
enough
to the end
initially
of
to
the
get
year.
through the end of the year, and you could
From
just.
this year's budget?
Right, so if it's easier to not have to do a budget amendment for 2024, I don't know, I mean, I don't know, but then
It's-
like on my books, when I turn it into the auditors, I have to say, okay, there was an amendment done on such and such date, let's say it's October 15th,
To add in
and this is what my,
Yeah, plus.
revenue
Yeah.
and
And then I
expense for
spend it
Yeah.
out.
so I don't know what's,
Well, if your revenues are already coming in before the end of this year on that LCO, we have to account for
okay.
that.
Well, I guess it depends on what do you want to do for your program, and the finance department is the support function, so we support, right, Vernon?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I feel like for the sake of this discussion, we need to stick to 2025.
Okay.
Because I was planning something completely different than what we were actually talking about. And then you and I can have a discussion about 2024, which I will then take to the board as a budget resolution. Does that sound
Okay.
like?
Or
Because
not.
I feel like we need to keep it split.
But if we
Sure, that
don't,
totally
it would
makes
be.
Yeah, okay, so to your point then, for 2025,
Uh-huh.
That's zero. What's zero? What don't we have in 2025?
Are we talking about donations or are we talking about LCO? Because
no, we
I've
will
heard
have
both of
both.
them.
I'm
We will
sorry,
have
my
both in
apologies, I threw that
That's
out
okay.
there.
It's okay.
So for 2025, LCO needs to reflect that 40, what did I say, it was 49?
49.
Eight.
Okay,
Yes.
I've got a note for that, for that,
Okay.
for
And then
2025.
donations, it also, well, I don't know how
You don't
much I will
know,
spend down.
But what do you think? It doesn't have, you can change.
Yeah, so the money we got was to do a focus group and explore bringing early Head Start, as well as other early childhood needs for the community, and we're doing a focus group on October 18th. We're allowed to compensate families that participate in this, so they're gonna get $100 gift cards.
And you're gonna do that out of the donation line? Perfect,
Yeah.
okay.
So I'm talking through this to answer Bill's question as far as what I will spend down. Let's say I get 20 families plus, yeah, 2,000 plus we'll pay for childcare. I would say that I'd spend about half of, try to spend at least half of that 5,000 this year. So I guess for 2025, then I had 2,500. Am I
Okay.
answering that?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that would be deferred from 24.
Okay.
For revenue.
I don't know if this is for the sake of this discussion, but on the other sheet, Vernon,
Uh-huh.
the 20,000, can you go back to the other?
Yes, absolutely.
So the 20,000 and the 1637 with the additional 5,000 right now, the county already has those funds.
Okay.
Um,
The Buell grant existed already, right?
Yes, it did.
Okay, good deal.
Yeah.
Navigator's new, Buell grant existed.
So Navigator, another fun one. Navigator started today, so that I'm allowed to spend that $7,500 between October 1 of 2024 through June 30th of 2025.
Okay.
It makes tracking all this stuff really fun.
And we will be better about tracking it within the finance department, because now that we have the 3 codes, whatever's left automatically gets rolled into
Okay.
25's
Sure, that's
budget.
good to know. Okay. So then all, the rest, the 33,000, 19, well, the 11 is gone. That's all reimbursement to you guys. So you basically, the county as our fiscal agent fronts the money. I expense it then to the state, and the state reimburses the county. They've gotten better on their time frame of reimbursements, thankfully, but I was just kind of more for clarification and FYI on how our.
So you
funds
get a
work.
notice and you talk to Virginia and she knows. it came.
Virginia gives me, so I invoice the state, so like I'm gonna turn in my invoices for September today, and then they will reimburse the county, and Virginia gives me a receipt of notice of those
Okay.
funds, and then I track, so to make sure that by the end of my fiscal year, or shortly in July,
Yeah.
that the county has been reimbursed
Yeah.
all of those funds.
So the Buell and the Navigator, you've already,
Not the
not the Navigator, other than,
The Buell and the
Do you-
donations line are, the county already has that cash, I don't know if that word, cash
Okay.
right on here.
Yeah, I see the deposits here, and it came in on, in September of 24 for $20,000.
but the Grant Navigator line, you're gonna get that money here soon.
So I can start spending down from
Okay.
that grant
Okay,
today,
okay,
October 1, and then I will start now. So for example, October's invoice will be the first invoice that I can bill the state
okay,
to reimburse the county on Navigator, but it's always a month behind. So
okay,
December 1st, I will turn in the first invoice for
okay.
the Navigator line item, for one.
So really, those numbers are actually gonna go down for 25, because we'll have
They'll
already
already-
spent some of that this year.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Hear anything more about the Alabama?
Oh, the
Right.
Elcomar, no,
Elcomar.
Reggie's kind of taking the lead on that one, so. Mhm. And then I guess, do you want me to go through the
Space lines?
expense lines? At one point, so it's pretty, I mean, within each grant line, there's salary and then, benefits from each of the grants. Buell is pretty easy. Buell is strictly just operating expenses. Now, that could change next year. It's really dependent on how much funding I get from the state. Thankfully, as of recently, I haven't had to take any salary or fringe benefits from fuel grant, and that can go all to, you know, programming and other things. Yeah, travel, we didn't do much traveling, but really mileage, hotel for some of the conferences and events. Most of mine, I mean, if you can't really tell, is the operating expenses, the operating supplies is gonna be my biggest,
For the projects.
for the different projects, right? And then we did have one, I think, maybe I chatted with you, Vernon, about this, but if you scroll down to, I think it was like miscellaneous PD or, yeah, that, I have a line item that's kind of, where you can see it, contractors,
Mhm.
and it's really not operating expenses, it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be in operating expenses, it should be, I don't know if it's possible to just change the name of miscellaneous PD to, for us, or do you need to create a new, we really need one that's contractors.
Would contract labor fall under that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
I
exactly
can
what it
create,
is.
that is contract labor right there.
Okay,
I did craft that as contract labor.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah. Sorry, it's on my screen, not yours.
Yeah, and we really should get rid of the miscellaneous.
I wondered if you were gonna say something. I was just getting ready to say something for you.
because we really only have, as far as expense lines, salary, benefits, operating expenses, travel, and then contractors.
Yeah, you had about 5, didn't you?
Yeah, we didn't have a lot of expense lines,
So it's actually contract labor?
contract labor,
That's
yeah.
how I
Okay,
said it.
perfect, so it's already, okay,
Yeah, contract labor is pretty broad in that regard. It could be what cost, it could be
right.
whatever a contract labor
Gotcha.
charges you, so.
Right. So yeah, so those are our expense lines, we don't have many.
We've got extra tracking, grant tracking lines so that if there is expenses, we can properly code them, so.
Okay.
It is definitely a little cumbersome, but it is transparent in the long run. Let's see, was there, I added those over there. I added your revenue lines, except for maybe I need to get deal in there. Thank you for the salary breakout. And look, did these grant spreadsheets.
Nice.
Makes me so happy. So, anyway. But I noticed that they're not,
Did I miss
are they
something?
matching versus, is it a chunk of money? Is it a reimbursement?
It's a reimbursement,
Okay. Are they all reimbursements?
all of them except fuel.
Okay. All right.
You'll just
You'll
pump some
just,
money.
yep,
and
you'll
we
gave the
spend.
money,
Okay.
yep.
All right.
We have,
Cool deal.
you know, reports that year end, but
I'll make a note about that.
yeah, so I guess I could have done that on that, but they are reimbursements, there's no matching, but it's reimbursement to the county, with the exception of fuel.
Yeah. Any more questions? I think then.
So you're thinking of just having that as a, just professional development, not miscellaneous professional development?
Yeah, I mean, if we're not gonna use them, those lines won't be deleted, they'll just, what do we call that?
Expire them,
Expire
yeah. So what,
them,
let
so
me
they're
ask you,
still there. so.
what is, in your, I mean, I don't see anything actually budgeted there, but what is miscellaneous versus professional development?
We don't,
Okay,
yeah, I
All
don't. I think I just, we did have some PD, but the way it ended up I think I just ended up putting it under operating expenses based on how it was itemized in my agreement. I mean,
Let me find
Well,
out what, if other departments use the miscellaneous / professional development code, because I can change it, I can definitely rename it without expiring it if somebody's using it.
Right.
But I want to find out what it's used for and what it was used for in the past before we just.
Expired.
Change and then find out.
And maybe I miscoded this, maybe it shouldn't be professional development, maybe it should be professional services, which is a different code.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
it just depends on what we're using the money for.
Okay.
All right. Wow, we're a half an hour ahead, of course, with the second department, but that's okay. Where would you all like to go from here? Would you like to go into
Let's go into commissioners.
commissioners? Okay.
so am I done?
You were
Oh,
good.
okay.
Thank
We
you.
just X'd you right out and you didn't even catch up.
When I visit with Ronnie, at Sangre, I will,
Put that back up just for a second.
Oh, yeah, sure.
get back to
Oh.
what she says,
So we
because
got
I mean, I guess my thought
Okay.
is,
What do we have for the rest of the day then, just,
Well,
can I
yeah, it's
submit
12
that
o'clock,
form
so I think if we go over
within both
finance
FEIN
and
numbers in
commissioners and
case
just do what
that
we need
individual
to hit,
is eligible for that?
Okay.
it'll be better for us.
That's, I don't know if you can do that. Because like on this form, it would be, the organization name would be Custer County with your FIN number, and then the trade or doing business as CCKC. And then could it be the foundation with their FEIN number,
Right.
doing business as CCKC, with the
Let's look at,
the Department of Revenue and stuff that.
Hmm.
But that, when I learned that we were eligible for 50% tax deduction, I'm like, that's huge, up to 100,000.
Right.
Oh, and then Vernon, I don't think I answered your question yesterday when I was saying I couldn't get into the,
You did, you were
Did I?
under Custer invoicing,
okay,
didn't you?
yes.
Okay.
Because you're auto-populated, so do I need to?
I need to open up a ticket and, get it's called a QR code set up on your phone with a mobile token. It's just a process and I haven't had time to start
Okay,
yet.
no problem.
I'll
I
get
just won't be
you, I'll
able
get
to
there
do
though.
any
Mhm.
invoicing
I know.
until,
I'll get you, it's first day of the month, I'll get you set up, probably this week or first part of next week. Okay?
okay, sounds good.
I apologize if I
guys.
can't just snap my fingers.
Yeah. Thank you for everything.
Okey dokey, here we are at the commissioners.
Thank you very much.
And pull this up here. So I think I'll pull this one across and you can see. So I worked on the commissioners, excuse me, budget worksheets. I increased the salary line based off of the salary breakout. We have, next year, we have two going from 85, or going to 85,959. Sorry, Bill, you're not rerunning.
you guys, man,
Um,
holy Moses.
You were lead in the pack.
I was.
Yeah, but-
Yeah.
Yeah, this is quite a hit to our budget here. I've also included 45,000 for a BOCC admin. So, and I don't know the structure, if that's going to be BOCC admin, if that's going to be AP clerk. I would
No, it's
assume
just
that,
gonna be.
It'll be in
Okay.
admin.
because I have under finance, I have done the same thing. But I've broken it out with a finance director, AP clerk, and possibly grant admin for that. So I just put that into the finance budget. So let's go back to the commissioners. So let's see. We spent a lot of money on operating supplies, so I beefed that up a little bit.
What do you include?
What,
So operating supplies are going to be replacing your computers, or, oh, my mouse went out, I need to replace a peripheral.
You gotta
It's
put
going
that
to
in
be,
IT.
what's that?
It used to go in IT.
We could do that, but it would mean that it would be interesting to see I would have to pull money from operations from you and put it into operations in the IT budget.
Right.
And,
It's hard about that.
or we beef up the IT budget.
or,
I get,
Yes.
I see what you're saying, Bill, because it's been ruminating in the back of my mind here since you brought it up. We don't know what IT costs us.
Right.
We know so do we want to know what our support costs for all the rest of the departments? Or do we want to more so know what our full department costs are? Because what I am very, very cautious about is all of a sudden, and I kind of get your point, is if we centralize all of it, hey, the sheriff can't just ask for a new computer anytime he wants one, because that's what's been happening, and it needs to come out, but he can't keep hitting his budget.
And we know what departments are having problems, or whatever the issue is. It's easier to track if we do that. For us to
I see both sides of the equation. It's like, Shannon Byerly once made a comment that he said, Vernon, I should not be paying for a new computer. The IT department should be paying for a new computer. But if 5 departments got a new computer, I would burn through my replacement
But we
budget.
put it in your budget, that's what you plan each year.
But
is to
how
support
does
the department?
How does he know how to budget what every
By
other
what
department needs?
the history's been. And then you don't know when something's gonna break. Somebody's gonna lose a computer or drive over it or something.
But like
But
Virginia
he needs
has,
to make his own budget.
I understand what you're saying.
You've been
I will-
operating just as a troubleshooter, and you're more than that.
Right. Like Virginia has put in her budget for 2 new computers for next year.
Okay, so
And
into yours.
we could not put it into hers and instead put it
Exactly
into
what I'm
mine.
asking you to do. And that's the right thing to do, I should say. Then then it's up to him. We can go to him and say, all right, what did we spend on computers for Road and Bridge? Or what did we spend on computers for Virginia? Well, something he can subcategorize that and pull it right out. Otherwise, we gotta go to the departments and bug them. And they're not keeping track.
I just worry that it artificially inflates my department.
It's not artificial.
Without reflecting that this is distributed across the whole town.
That's what we do, Vernon.
And I.
Infrastructure, see,
Uh-huh.
the state looks at it that way. When they set it up, they put the department, each elected official on a line, even with us, and our job is to envelope them with the infrastructure support, period.
Okay.
All buildings, heat, and so does IT support, comm support, phones, all the same.
Would we do the same thing for, let's say, G Suite software subscriptions?
Yeah.
But we don't do that for Road and Bridge for taking care of everybody's vehicles.
But see, that's
paying the fuel.
by law, though. They made us do that. It's a different statute. But for we still have to supply Road and Bridge with the infrastructure to put their trucks in. It's not their job. If the heat goes out over there, we fix it. Same with the pumps, remember? We had to buy them the pumps.
So I could see it within the fund. I could definitely see the advantages within the fund. For instance, when I do a G Suite payment, I have it broken out across every single department and board in the county. And that is, if I could just pay it
Pull it
out.
right back in one pot,
one
and you're just
pot.
allocating the hardware and software to make it happen, just like you do anyway.
I would
Easier to track.
still have to have the spreadsheets showing.
Sure.
you know.
Who's paying what, or what support, not paying, because we're paying for it.
So, but that's a different thing, like the G Suite, than it is, to your point, the maintenance on different
Sure.
vehicles or something like that, or,
Yes.
and I'll take that a step further to the computers, because that is a hardware thing. And that, you know, the G Suites, everybody uses it the same, yada, yada, you gotta have it. The computers, the vehicles, okay, so Road and Bridge is there to maintain their vehicles, but they're also taking on the sheriff's office, and now all of a sudden you got 4 deputies that all wrecked a vehicle in 1 week.
It's a different story.
And that's coming out of Road and Bridge Fund, or is that coming out of Sheriff's Fund? Same thing with the computer. Okay, now all of a sudden, you've got one department that just trashed 4 computers. And that's all coming out of your budget, or is that, should they have
I think it
paid?
needs to come out of their budget.
But
They should
we're
have
not
to pay
giving
for
it
that.
to them, that's the point. We
We're
don't
not
have to
giving
give
it to them?
the infrastructure, we don't have to give, we don't, right now we divide it into the departments because that's what we've done in the past. I'm talking, it's the same thing as, supplying the buildings. Why aren't we making Road and Bridge pay for the building? We don't. It's the infrastructure, and the infrastructure includes communications. You gotta have the communications. If you look at what the state set up by Road and Bridge money, it said you cannot use it on anything except fixing the road. But we still pay for the building, we pay for the telephone bills. We don't, and the computer is it's a comm thing, it's communications, and it should be in the IT.
So how does the IT department go, other than going to every department and go, what is your needs? What is your needs? What is your needs? What are your needs for laptops and peripherals and all that? And all of them just go, well, I want this, and I want this, and I want this.
But
and I want
he's
that.
the common guy, that's why then you don't have to worry about getting a separate system. He sets the standards, just like we do policies for HR and stuff like that. We want to have an up-to-date system, and he can come to us and say, what do you guys want to spend on infrastructure? You want to paint the buildings? Do you want special paint? In this case, it's what do you want to do to supply the computers? We can give them, get a Dell, go ahead and go make a bid on all the Dell computers and then get a deal for the county. And then he's going to force every department to have a Dell computer. I don't care what they want. If based upon, as long as it has the ability to give them the data they need to see for their job. Whether it's just, what would the Road and Bridge need for email? Do they have a spreadsheet need? Probably, and for some things they want to do, it's up to them.
So I could see this
Get the
being,
requirements.
I could see this being a budgetary process wherein I say to each department and office and say, what do you anticipate needing more computers this year? Do you need, I know how old a computer is. I know how, I know.
Yeah, and you know when they should be
when they need
replaced,
to be
and
replaced.
upgrade.
So it would be a matter of going to those departments and saying, I'm going to buy you a new computer, you need these computers, and I'm gonna have the.
You're gonna ask for the requirements. I need
budget.
spreadsheets, I need the new X, Y, and Z.
The problem is that I see this as being a bigger expense, because right now, let's say an office needs a new computer, and it's a nice to have, it's not a
You don't
need.
have to get it for them.
A nice to have computer, they wanna buy it, they have it in their budget, I can buy it. But
It's only in their
if it's
budget because
in-
we put it there, Vernon.
But we don't designate new computers in their budget.
That's the
That's
point.
their operating supplies.
Well, the operating
so we
supplies to
have to
me would
find
be
a
different. They would have to
mechanism of
redefine what operating supply means.
Yeah,
So you have,
And that's-
pencil, paper, the printer, we do it for the printers. You're managing the printers.
Yeah, I get the point, because we don't know what IT truly costs us,
Right.
because all the hardware is going to the separate.
Yeah,
And
but
not only do we need
We do know what IT costs
Sure,
us, because I buy it, I purchase it, and I do the invoicing, and so I know exactly what IT costs.
So therefore, why aren't you, it's your budget, because we're giving you that job.
But because I don't know it a year in advance. I
You're
don't
burning.
know if the, I don't
They
know if
don't know,
the-
who tells you that?
I don't know if the
Well, but the
computer is
sheriff-
gonna.
the
The sheriff knows he
take
needs a
take
certain
a dump
capability.
in this year, or if it's gonna take a dump in next year.
Well, they
and
don't
leave
know that
people
today.
Going forward.
There's no difference. It's just, I'm not saying do it right now, but the point
Yeah.
is, it's a better way to handle it, and you get commonality, you get, if it looks like it's important to upgrade because technology is going to IA or whatever it is, and then it's up to you to decide, how do we phase that into the department? Some don't need it, some might need it, who knows?
I use AI on a fairly regular basis, it's fantastic.
Sure, but the point is,
Um,
then we have the ability to come to the commissioners, and and when we're talking about it, you're gonna say, I need a budget of $8 million for my department right now, because I've got all the IT thing. Show us, tell us, okay, here's what, you went to the road and bridge, and there's their requirement, you're asking for the requirement, not for a spec on a Dell computer.
I see what you're saying.
What do they need to do to track what they're doing? And they may wanna have something to count cars on the road differently. Or maybe the sheriff wants to have like he's talking about, getting a camera and a flash gun to go out there and control traffic and get an automatic ticket to them, so slow them down, something like that. That would be an IT job, not the,
Well, that's not my,
up to you to get,
expertise.
no, it's his expertise. He's saying, here's my requirement, and then you're gonna say, I need to go and see the purchase of the right computer to do the thing that they want to have done.
I see what you're saying.
That's a classic IT
I understand that.
department in everywhere.
You know, IT has kept the county limping along.
And that's the problem, because we came out of the Stone Age, remember, Ghana,
Yeah.
writing it down? There was no computer involved.
I remember.
And and all of a sudden, we got Ippolito in here, and his only guy that ever knew anything in the computer, and Bud Paquette, or John Paquette, never wanted to do anything except with a green eye shade and a pencil, and his
Exactly.
show. So that's why you came into the middle of that, and it wasn't modern, and it wasn't the way you need to be doing it.
Well, let's give that some more thought.
Yeah, I'm not saying change it today, but the point is, you're doing the same thing, because we're going through a communication line in here, and we're going through,
You know, I could see how, so imagine this scenario. A department comes to me and says, yep, I got a grant for X number of employees, I got 2 more people, I need you to supply me cell phones.
Jimmy says
And I
that,
can say, I have no cell phone budget for you.
right, and then
I have no
that's
extra-
your job,
I
then to
have
figure
no
out.
computer budget for you.
But what you might do
So-
is say, I've got a budget, and I haven't spent it on computers. That doesn't mean you're strapped to a computer's line and leave it alone. You could adjust to meet the requirement, and you come to the commissioners and say, look, based on a quick need for a bunch of new phones, I'm gonna have to plus my up this year before the end of the year, because I know I'm gonna have another computer to replace.
I think.
In other words,
Yeah,
manage.
there's definitely some costs and, or there's definitely some pros and cons to this idea. I think that I'll review the best practices.
Yeah.
For government entities, we'll make that into a project.
I'm not saying do it now.
Yeah, I don't think we can do it
I don't
for
want you
this-
blowing
this
your
budget.
brains out, because the end of the year, we're gonna have a budget.
Right, well, we need a budget 15 days, we have 15 days.
But in the
to do a budget.
meantime, see, a lot of this you can
14,
evolve
excuse me.
insidiously. You can do this as we evolve, like you're doing right now,
Yeah.
what you just did with her.
Okay, I think it's
Insidiously.
definitely a project, and I don't.
We're gonna make
know
a
if it
real
can happen
department
this
out of you, Bert.
week. What's that?
We're gonna make a real department out of you.
There you go. Well, you know what? Just double my budget and I'll be fine.
That's what'll happen. They're gonna take it away from everybody else who's squirreling it away, and we're losing some ability to use it wisely.
Right. Exactly. All right, back to commissioners. Membership dues, travel and membership dues. I think I basically kept about this. So insurance, we're going to recalculate.
How are we spending on the membership stuff? Are we tracking? Because we got this conference coming. Do we ever get reservations made?
We haven't yet, no, we need to make those this week.
So for tracking,
Oh, whoops, I should know. We need to get a BOCC admin in here.
is this winter conference in Denver and Arvada, or is it somewhere else?
Westminster or something. I think
That's
it's
it, Westminster.
St.
So.
Clair.
Jefferson County, right?
Jefferson County. It's like just north of Arvada, it's on the
Yeah.
Arvada line.
So let me see how much that actually costs us each year. Just gonna remember to pull up that module.
What do we want to do about these fleet vehicles, and fuel for the commissioners? For those 2 fleet vehicles?
Haven't thought about it.
I've got everybody else putting on a fuel line, like, Extension uses them probably more than anybody else does. But like, if OEM wanted to take that vehicle, make the OEM truck here, well, then you use your own fuel line and you'd expense your fuel to your own fuel line.
Yeah.
They always come back full, so you only spend the fuel that you use. It only makes sense.
Yeah.
So membership, we've spent $14,000 this year on membership. It looks like looks like that one. County, what's the county?
CCI.
CCI, I think, yeah, that's probably what that's for.
That's probably our biggest membership due that we
Yeah.
have.
CCI, we got
CCI.
UCOG,
UCOG,
we got
yeah.
SCAD.
And we should maybe get those fees and line them out.
What do you mean? You create a separate line for each thing?
Maybe,
That,
I'm just
that
saying.
becomes
yeah.
very cumbersome.
Alright.
That's why we can, having a single-use line is, it helps with tracking, but it does make the chart of accounts very cumbersome.
Yeah, it does.
No,
I get it. It's
Yeah, we
like
have,
separating out the communication line.
Well, yeah, we
between
don't
all
want to do
the
that.
jazz.
We have the district meetings too for both DA and then the other ones, is just the CCI District 11 or whatever, or not 11, but yeah, it's 11.
So communication, I think we'll beef that one up because we're way over on communication. Partly, a lot of that has to do with the charges with the OCC. Oh, that's your, those are, we spend, what is it, $1,000 a year on your Adobe subscriptions. So
Okay, is that Adobe subscription we currently have allow us to edit it now?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, that's
Yes, indeed.
great.
So that goes into your communication line. Technically, it should go into data processing, but I'd have to create a new line for that. Excuse me. So community outreach is the other one that we're spending a good amount of money on. It's where we're paying for those for the LinkedIn, basically the advertisements for the finance director job. I like the idea of putting that under
All
HR,
under
so we
HR.
have a more comprehensive overview of that.
Sure.
So I think that will help us in the future, definitely. I think that commissioners need a data processing line.
Yeah,
Communication is
it should be the same.
fairly ambiguous.
All the rest of the departments.
And then consolidated later in your new program.
Exactly.
Coroner's available anytime if we want to bring them in, depending on what you guys' schedules look like, so.
Is that-
Today?
What?
Today, you mean?
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, it would help to do that.
Let's do it. and
Did you have a
I'll tell
hard
them-
stop?
Then I'll
on
go.
one, or-
What?
Then I'll go.
Okay, I'll tell them to come in.
All right, so I'm gonna
Okay,
add a
good
data
use out of that
processing
check,
line,
sure.
Yeah.
break out that.
Brought it special for this.
So I think that will help us. Now, we have dues and meetings, and we have
Memberships.
membership.
It's the same
I'm
thing.
wondering,
Yeah, sort of the same, maybe that's a combined line, because
CBI.
Action 20, or whatever it's called now, Action Colorado is, whatever that costs us, $5,000 a year.
okay. CCI conference. I'm gonna find out exactly how those break out and make certain that we've got money in the right places, but that's,
But it all boils down to what's our total budget now. Pretty
total budget, $391,645.
close to that salary.
Most of that is salary, yep. Good portion of all of our budget is
Yes.
salary.
We're gonna try to, and guess this is probably good as time as any, the insurance, not let people just sandbag. Whatever whatever we get out of open enrollment, that's what's going in the lines. Because otherwise, what we're finding that departments want to do is, oh, I need this much for insurance, and it doesn't cost them that much. So they're sandbagging dollars in
They're
there.
doing separate things, I didn't know.
And we
Should be the same.
it should be whatever they have
Common
picked
across.
come open enrollment, and this department takes this. Now,
Yeah.
if all of a sudden somebody that doesn't take insurance quits and somebody that takes insurance does, we may have to prop up that line.
Sure.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll do that as the
At the
year
time.
goes by.
I too, I believe that is the safest way to go. We are in the budget briefings with everybody. I said, leave the salaries alone, leave the benefits alone, leave the insurance
Yeah.
alone. And that gives the commissioners the power to set all of these things that we're doing here. Because I have had the conversation where the department head wasn't trying to sandbag insurance, it was trying to sandbag salaries. I said, well, your salary breakout right here needs to match your salary line item right here, and that will prevent the sandbagging. So, you know, and there's a lot of people are very afraid that if they leave money on the table, they won't get it next year.
And that's just not.
Well, and that comes down to an essential misunderstanding of how these funds work.
That's
They are not the department heads or elected officials' funds, they are the public's funds.
Right.
That you have given
See, that's the
them the
difference
permission to
between
spend.
the government and this representative republic government of us. It's the taxpayers' money,
Right,
and it's
Yes.
visible, and we can't overspend that.
And
As opposed to the government, the feds, they just print more, and that's why you use it or you lose it. So they get
Right.
into spending more and more and more and shit.
And when we did our kickoff meetings, we tried to say, this is not, don't think of it as your money, think of it as the people's money, and how best to spend it for the people.
That's right.
yes, sir.
And we don't lose it, and it doesn't mean it goes away in the next tax year. It's still there because you didn't spend it, and you didn't spend it on the service you should have spent it on.
Mhm.
And they see it as losing it if
That's
if
right.
at the end of the year it goes back into general instead
Yeah,
of rolling over.
it
into-
really doesn't, because the requirement still exists in their departments, and we have to fund the actual requirements.
And I would also, it would be really interesting to see what a moratorium on spending on December 15th looked like to help us really clear out the year correctly.
Give it time.
What's that?
That's right, give us time to.
Give us time to clear it all out and process all of the ending
That shouldn't be
payments,
hard,
vouchers.
because nobody's doing anything anyway.
Oh, that's the time we spend down our budget.
Not now.
And so I say this.
See, they don't have to do that, they just gotta quit thinking like that, because
And that, I think
Doesn't
that a moratorium on spending would actually help
Get
that
'em
thought
thinking like
process.
that.
Yep, exactly. Speaking both as finance now and as a regular department head, that mentality would help
Because
shift.
what really would happen then, they're still gonna get the requirements, because we're building that budget. And if they didn't spend it, that means it just rolls into the general fund, and it allows us to plus up somebody that really does need it because they, or a new requirement that we see. Doesn't go away, that money's still there, and they won't lose what they had before.
So moving over here to the finance department, I did a salary breakout, which we talked about already. And let's see, professional services, this is where the accounting services come from, which we probably need to have a discussion and
Yeah, how they're breaking it out
You know,
with HR.
and how that looks over the coming year. Communication, that needs to be beefed up. I'll make a note for that.
Oh, yeah, the data processing is for CIC.
Boy, I hate spending money on that and knowing that it's a system that is not being supported.
Sir, our financial system's being supported. it's the assessors.
Well, I get that, but
Yeah.
now I'm worrying about the future of that company.
I see.
It's gone, it's going.
They have a responsibility. They have a legal
I know,
responsibility.
but that
If
doesn't
they,
mean
if
they
they,
won't
if
go broke.
they, if they went bankrupt, oh my God, you don't understand the lawsuits? Holy cow. These guys would be in so much trouble. Plus, I have backups of all of their databases. So they are not, we can move over if they did collapse. We can definitely do that. But even
though
like,
they're based on access and not the system.
Not cloud-based?
Yeah, or, access.
are you
the
thinking, are you saying
software.
SQL Server?
Well, the program access, which is a wimpy Excel.
Access database?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Access database is Excel on speeds.
I know, but no.
It's steroids.
There's what's the one above that? Is
I
access.
think you're thinking of SQL Server.
Yeah.
It is based on SQL Server. I can actually show you.
All right, okay, I'm good.
It is a SQL Server. Access database is the mechanism that they access the SQL Server database. It's not either or. It is a SQL Server database. And yes, I 100% support changing it. I'm just terrified of another conversion right now.
I want to even think of it.
I just.
That's why I'm worried,
Yeah, I hear you.
especially when we start taking pieces out of it.
So I added a claims line, which has no money in it because we have no idea how much any claim is going to be. But I added a claims line so that if there is a claim against the county, and this also exists in HR, we can use either one.
Okay.
But if something happens, we can do a budget resolution and prop up that line for that purpose. So that's,
Well, a lawsuit claim would be more of a finance thing, and an HR claim would be more of a workman's comp.
Right.
okay,
Right,
either, yeah,
maybe,
either way.
That's
possibly.
Okay, let's see, we could move on ahead to IT if you'd like. Let's see.
Where is Brad?
He's on his way.
But where was he?
He was at home,
No.
so he shouldn't be too far away.
So I have done a salary breakout. Robert has advertised the tech job at $19 an hour, with the possibility to go up based on experience.
Yeah, but that's up to you. Is that the right number? It's not Bob's job to.
No, but Bob is.
It is Bob's.
No,
That's her-
I'm saying unless the technician is more of a requirement. I'm talking, you have the requirement. He can, see, if it requires $21 an hour because of some other thing, then that's what it should be. So what do you think it should be? You're a technician you're gonna hire.
Jordan was underpaid at 21
Okay, there you go.
for the level of work that was.
What are we gonna
involved.
get for a lousy $19? A kid out of high school?
I
Come
have
on.
no idea.
Well, but you're the guy
I
that
think
needs to use it.
I think that we need to beef that line up, but yeah.
Okay.
But we could do that, I think that we could do that when we start talking about raises. but I 100% believe we need to beef that line up. I think $22 an hour.
See, we're not
minimum.
talking about raises, Vernon, we're talking about the budget for next year.
Okay,
And if in the requirement in your department, you don't have an IT guy anymore, or a technician. So what do you want to
I
defend?
think 22 an hour is a good place to start.
So where that goes is a conversation between you and Robert
Get the
as
right
to what
description.
that
Yep.
base rate for that position is.
I guess I'm
For you.
confused on, we're going through a lot of changes right now,
Mhm.
and I'm a little bit confused about the role of HR over department heads and how they, because there were some things.
He's trying to get commonality between
Okay.
departments for
Uh-huh.
for requirements that you, the
Okay.
department, he can't establish a requirement in your department, he doesn't know IT.
Okay,
You're the guy that knows what it takes to do the job.
gotcha.
And he has the classification issue with how does he get it common across the county and in the steps of, how to make it common. So
Okay.
if you need a technician that has certain skills that you have seen based on our, look at the CIC, look at whatever it takes, and when you take off for 2 weeks, can that guy stand in?
Yeah.
Or at least fill in? So if it means $22 an hour, $22 an hour in this day and age, for technically a kid that has to go through school and get
Mhm.
beefed up with certifications.
Well, and they have the keys to the vaults, so.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
not just the technical skills, it's the maturity. level.
Right, and not to do what Jordan did.
And there's not a another position
That's
comparable
right,
to the IT technician.
that's right.
I hear
So
that.
you can't necessarily say, okay, well,
Right.
the technician over here, or this may be called a technician or a clerk,
Mhm.
is
It isn't
not
the
the
same
same as an
qualification.
IT
That's right.
technician, so that's a conversation that needs to
That's
be
right,
had there.
and Bob
on that
then takes your
structure.
requirements, then looks across industry. IT specialists at this, with these kind of requirements, the standard rate might be $23.52
Mhm.
at that level. And
Okay.
they say, well, let's start there and see if we can get somebody. If we can't, then what do? We
Gotcha.
raise it up.
Okay, then with your permission, I'll raise this to 22 and I'll bump this up.
Whatever that causes it.
Really, actually, that doesn't change it because Jordan was at 2190.
Well, there you go.
And so it's almost
Doesn't change it at
exactly the
all.
same, yeah.
Well, then maybe you better make sure it's enough.
Okay.
Because Jordan was squealing.
Well,
the
if
way he
I
was.
had my way, this would go to 30 and this would go to 25,
Well,
and
maybe,
we're fine.
but you justify it, that's your job, you're trying to convince us.
Yeah,
The infrastructure support for the county costs money,
yeah, I hear that, yeah. And that's
and
the bigger,
taxpayers know that.
that's
If
the
we have
bigger
to go to the
discussion.
taxpayer and jack it up, we will.
I did
It's our job.
raise the data processing because our costs have gone up this year.
Yeah.
I raised the repairs and maintenance $100 because what used to cost me $50 is now $75. So,
Yeah, you have to do that, ink is terrible,
exactly.
cartridges or whatever.
Yeah, the ink cartridges are just abysmal. I just spent $250 for one ink cartridge for a plotter, so I hear that.
The dynamic
I
duo
think
comes
that
in.
laugh sounded like Brett.
Yeah, well, little do you know.
You got it, just go do it, make it happen,
All
we'll
right.
talk about it during the final.
I'll return the
Brad,
report.
how are
after
you?
that.
Good,
I'm here now.
that's
I wasn't
good.
here before.
No. I
Give me
looked
one
over there
second,
and your
let me
chair
pull
was
these up
empty.
here.
Yeah. I didn't set a reminder, I just.
You know, I
He
had that problem, what I didn't do, I didn't put it in my calendar to get a
I did.
reminder.
Well, when I think of coming to see you guys too, I think of Wednesday, not Tuesday.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I had no clue, and he's looking at me for confirmation, like, honey, what did
Help.
you miss today? Darling,
Everything.
I don't
Obviously.
know, yeah, it looks like.
I had a dump truck broke down, so that was priority this morning.
So Four Rivers bought us breakfast, so, you end up
You
spending.
brought what kind of breakfast?
Four Rivers bought
They-
us breakfast.
They bought you breakfast.
Yeah, you
Cool.
buy $500,000 worth of machines, and
You get free breakfast.
That's really, that's a bargain at twice the price.
I hope so.
It's hard to get a cat anymore.
They said the compactor's on its way, though. Soon, one of these days, it's gonna float over, and then they'll refuse to unload it, because the port's gonna be on strike, so.
Yeah, how about that, isn't that something? Unions have run their course in my mind.
Okay. Thank you for getting this, this spreadsheet over here. So basically, we're just kind of talking about what your budget looks like. I have it displayed in two different ways. I've got your spreadsheet that you gave me, and then I've got the, this history, the history of what the department has looked like, or the office has looked like over the last few years. So, that doesn't make any sense.
24 twice.
Well, it's current and the actual. Sitting here, I'm gonna have to take a look at that. That's interesting. So, of course, this salary basically stays the same. I got the, I think I got the correct numbers from Kelly.
It's $2, didn't it? No,
No, it's like, it looks like $400. I think we're underpaying you by $400 a year.
Oh, okay.
Which ends up being $24 a month. So I'll make that up in the next
Okay.
paycheck. Once I found
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
It's been tough. I did get free breakfast today, so.
Yeah, you go buy a snack for Four Rivers.
Yeah.
What I just heard was, don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, you're up for re-election.
we're legally required to do this, so we'll get it taken care of. Yep. I see you moved some funds from contract labor, or excuse me, from insurance up to contract labor because you're not taking any insurance.
I am taking the insurance, but it was way over budgeted from what we're using.
Yeah, I see that.
So,
18,000 was, and I think that, I was.
How did that happen? Does that make
I don't
sense?
we inherited that way, and that's what was on that line item when we
That's
took over.
That's the 3 weeks that we had to craft the budget at the beginning of the year. That's
Yeah,
why
yeah.
it wasn't precise.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
so I moved a couple things around is all we've done. We're not really asking for any more money.
yeah. No, it's-
I'd like to put a few things more in contract labor and training and a
It's up
couple
to you.
little things, but.
You don't have any special needs.
No,
Did you,
I anticipate coming in way under budget anyway, so
yeah,
should we not have a major issue?
Yeah, should be, yeah.
We'll melt down in a mortuary somewhere.
Yeah.
so crunching the numbers, you're actually only up 0.25%. Is there anything else you feel like you need?
No, I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
Computers, we've been arguing computers all morning.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't, if ours are still safe after the breach, I don't know. I guess,
Fine.
I don't know where that stands.
How old, so you've got the desktop, did you get a laptop in '23?
I did.
Okay.
It was used to my knowledge, but you guys claim you went up and got it to me.
Where'd you get it from?
Jordan.
That's a Dell.
It's a
We
Dell laptop.
generally use Dells because of the support and the quality.
Right.
So, once you bring that over to me, and I'll take a look and see how old it is and see if it
Okay.
should be replaced.
Okay.
And then, because there's some good deals coming up, so
Okay.
we'll see if we can fit it in this year or next year, how it
Okay.
works.
And the desktop in the office is very old.
That's ancient.
And I don't ever use it. I use the laptop for everything, so.
Alright.
Want to do away with it?
Makes a good spot to put your sticky notes.
Yeah.
So that desktop is funny. That desktop exists because when I very first started in IT, I bought Art a laptop, which he left sitting in the window, or sitting on the desk with the window open, and literally melted.
Oh, wow.
What?
So please don't ever leave your laptop with the window open, okay?
In the car? or in
No,
the-
in his, in that
Oh, in
office.
that office
In
over
that
there?
office, the wind,
I
the
didn't know you had
sunlight
enough
came in
light
through
to
that
do that
window
in that window.
and
Oh, yeah.
melted. So when it never worked, so after about 3 months, it just didn't work right. And I was super frustrated, so I took it back, I built the desktop. When I went in to pull the hard drive out of the laptop, literally components inside were melted.
Wow.
Yep, it was so hot. And
Wow.
and because it'd been sitting with that, in that window,
Yeah.
that window area, so don't ever leave your
Yeah,
laptop.
no.
Keep the window
I got it at
closed.
home on my desk, so.
Yeah, so yeah, why don't, at some point in time, I'll get with you and just pull that laptop out.
Okay.
So it'll help you out a little bit, give you a little more space.
So we need to cut that insurance line down quite a bit.
Well, we will know
Well, we
as soon
did.
as we do open enrollment, we will know what
Yeah.
everybody's
And so
budget
we'll
is.
make that line match.
So we took some out of there and moved it around, so, yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Is, yeah, yeah, that looks,
So do we need that autopsy line is inflated quite a bit as well.
Right, but you need to make sure, if you have a bad year, you've gotta have enough to cover you.
This hasn't been a great year and you're at 10%.
Right, but,
Right,
But
but it
some
always said
years-
restricted, so we didn't know if we could steal that or not.
Some years, the deaths may
Well,
require
you want to
more
restrict me, it doesn't mean.
autopsies
Right.
than
Okay.
the natural death years.
yeah.
and for
Like
instance.
one year I spent $36,000
I was gonna say,
on
it was like
autopsies.
21 or
So-
something like that.
And basically, so the theory way back when about the restricted was that since autopsies they're mandated, right? The county has no choice but to pay for them. So the money would then just roll back over into the next year.
Right.
Keep that.
That's self-restricted, it's not,
Right.
that's
Right,
not
it's-
technically a
that's
restricted
right,
fund,
it's
it's a
self-
designated.
It's a designated fund, yeah.
Still move it if and if we had.
So,
I mean, one MCI would burn through that.
Right,
So you've got
Okay.
to, that was the thought process.
So what if we took what was left in there, give him a capital outlay line? And I know it's in the 10 fund, everything that's in the 10 fund, capital outlay, we pay out of the 50. But what if we, and maybe this isn't for next year, but this just gets us thinking about down the road someday, to replace a vehicle, right? What if we took, he's got so much money left, and we took what was left of autopsies and up to $7,000, and we just start carrying that, and we start letting that build in capital outlays.
Actually, should,
We
that's a
have
great
a
idea.
way of, we're funding our replacement of our vehicles.
Because
from-
he could have a smack up on a highway because some idiot runs into him and he's out on a.
sure.
Right, and all of a sudden, the vehicle's 10 years old and we get $3,000 for it, but we think
Or
it's
his
gonna
cool
cost us
stretcher gets messed up.
$60,000 to replace.
Right.
But we have no way of doing that other than to go, oh, well, I guess we gotta use
That's an
capital outlay
emergency, we
money.
gotta get it out of everybody.
So I don't know, I think it's,
I think that would be, we've talked about this with, salary savings and different things that we save on throughout.
And oh, by
year.
the way, if it's a capital outlay and he doesn't use it, we can take it out of there and give it to the sheriff or ELF rec. Or if road risk, we're free to move it anyway. So
Yeah,
banking
within
it
the
there's a
10
good
fund,
place to
absolutely.
bank it as any.
right.
And vice versa, right? Like if ours is empty and the
Sure.
sheriff's got a
Yeah,
surplus.
that's right, then that
Okay.
comes around, you get it back. You're not gonna go without a vehicle.
Sure,
Right.
sure, perfect.
You don't have to scramble to find the money.
I think that would be basically a policy.
Mhm.
You've got money there. This year, like I said, past, it's gonna be tight, so anything you can save is gonna help us.
So what we're saying
Of course.
is, when we go to the final budget, then we can decide whether we put a line in. And it's the same amount of money, as long as we understand that we're grilling each department. It's just a
Right.
matter of,
Right.
or you set it just for the final budget to have, to work with.
Any other questions?
I would like to buy radios this year, since we're running way under budget, so. I don't know about line items, but
Well, if you do it this year, then there's no sense in making out a line item for next year.
Right, and this is where we gotta get the sheriff and OEM on the same damn
Sheet.
page.
So that there, everything's.
So that when we buy radios,
Some efficient buys.
everybody comes
That's
together
right.
and who needs, because really the three commissioners need to get radios that are all the same and on the right frequencies. Because each one of us has a different radio. from a
Mine's
different
falling on,
department.
it'll never be fixed again.
No, and so where does that, so maybe
Shot.
OEM should be part of that as well, but
Rich and
we're
I-
buying 30 of them, or we're buying 40 of them at a swath, or I hate to buy all 40 of them at the same time, because then you're replacing them all at the same time, but we rotate, just like, I
Rich and I have
think,
been talking about that, and we're gonna buy them together, so.
Okay.
To try and get a better rate,
Good.
on some, on some. So.
because
How
I
many
think
are you looking
I was gonna probably buy 4,
So that's $12,000,
maybe.
14?
Yeah, we just got a quote, but Rich wanted more stuff than I needed, and
Right.
he wanted mics and the whole shebang, and I don't need a lot of that stuff, so.
Didn't have to buy as many of the accessories.
Yeah, I don't need all the accessories he does, so there was a little difference there, but I thought I'd get 4 or 5, and he was gonna get half a dozen or more, a dozen more.
What's the time frame on that?
He didn't give me one. He was actually working on it, and he forwarded it to me, so.
Spend it before the end of the year.
hospital district buys a new one every year, so they're
Right.
always
Keep it
buying a
rotating,
new one, and then they phase out the old, whatever's the old one.
Which is
Gotcha.
smart,
That is a
Yeah.
really good way to do it.
Yeah.
right.
But
You
we're
could,
still,
you could easily buy, with what you've got left, you could easily buy 1 or 2 this year. Without even dipping into the autopsies.
Yeah, okay. I have 2 borrowed from Rich right now. So I would give them back,
Mhm.
and they're both in good shape. I'd give him those 2 back, and then replace mine.
We're implementing the butter philosophy. Every time I go in the grocery store, you want to buy a carton of butter, 1 carton of butter.
Well,
You'll surge as you're going through it. Never have to wait, be out of, the worst thing to do is be out of butter.
That's a
So
fact.
you'll always
make
have a,
certain you get them before January, or excuse me, November 5th, you
Yeah.
know?
Buy
just
one.
in case.
every month you're gonna buy a radio.
it took me almost 50 years to figure out, check and see if there's soft butter before you make turkey.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's exactly right.
Or milk before you pour your bowl of cereal.
Yeah, that's even
It
worse.
works good setting it on the counter in the summertime, but in the wintertime, it's still hard.
Every time you go in to get something like a grab of carton of butter.
I'm only more worried about toilet paper.
Yeah, check before you
Yeah,
sit
before you
down.
sit down. That's
There's a story behind all that one.
Oh, I'm sure there is. I'm sure we've all had one too.
We probably won't go into detail because
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, boy,
Well, thanks for coming in, Brad.
yeah.
You bet.
Actually, I think we could get, we have to move some money. Do you expect any more dues and meetings this year?
I
No,
think
we
we're paid up.
yeah, we're just,
We're paid up.
Okay.
The last of that.
So, yeah.
Okay. I think you could get, so what we'd have to do, if you could get me a rough cost.
Yeah.
I will craft a amended budget resolution for the commissioners, and we can move money from here and here.
Yep.
Into here.
Yep.
To cover that.
Okay.
And then we wouldn't even go over budget.
No.
All right.
No, that's my goal, will be, I mean, line item.
Not that we want to make a habit of stealing from insurance
No,
savings.
no.
We don't want to make a habit of it, but
But if you don't use it, it doesn't matter. In a particular year.
Yeah.
well, it goes back to the general fund and helps us prop up our fund balance.
Yeah,
We
or
are
if somebody else can
so
get well,
low
but in
on
this
that.
case, he needed to get well.
Okay.
I have like an IT question.
Uh-huh.
Can I ask you, not about budget or anything, but, so Holt
has been sending our invoices to Art's old email.
We assume, we,
But she said it was the email that Art had. Do you know if there's still access to that email? It would save
Why are they
her a
rejecting
ton
them
of
already?
time.
That doesn't
So,
exist.
is it a Custer County email, or is it his Art?
she said it's the
Nordike?
one they'd sent it to for years, so.
So they used to, so they sent it to both his A. Nordike
Okay,
and to Custer Corner. Custer Corner, the old one I forwarded to the new one,
okay.
and so you should be getting anything, but if they're still sending them to A. Nordike, that's on them.
bizarre. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I told her. and they're-
But they did send them to you at the, like, at the beginning of last year, didn't they?
No. we
I've never
haven't.
gotten a transport bill.
Not from them.
Why don't, I mean, they should be able to just change the email. on their
Right.
site.
Oh, yeah.
Right, they can. I was just,
Okay.
she was saying that they were sending them to the old.
County,
coroner's
it was a
email.
county number? Or it
Yeah,
must be
they asked me,
coroner?
and said, we've got some unpaid balances, and I said,
What?
well, as soon as I get a bill.
Their
I'll
billing
forward it."
department is abysmal.
It apparently is.
Well, it's been a month and a half and I've still not gotten an
I
invoice.
provided
Uh-huh,
the secretary and the boss, the manager down there, my new email, and said,
uh-huh.
send them to this address and I'll get it taken care of. And I still haven't gotten invoice.
What you ought to do, just kill the other one, can't you
Well,
make it
if it's
rejected?
going to A. Nordike,
That's his personal.
Oh, that's his
Yeah.
personal.
Yeah, and I know that it was going to A. Nordike,
Okay, no worries.
so.
I was just hoping we could save somebody a little time.
Well, Art should have.
Get in there and.
Matter of fact,
Should have forwarded them to us.
I
said,
don't
"Hey,
remember getting
Never
an
happened.
email to Custer Corner at all. It always came in the mail.
Ah, okay.
An email would have been so much better
Well,
because.
sure.
Yeah, we haven't gotten
you
anything.
just print it off, but I was always like a month behind
Sure.
because it was floating around in someone's mailbox for a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
All right, well, we'll just wait for Debbie to get time to
okay.
put them all together.
Yeah.
yeah, I can't pay invoices,
Okay.
we don't know.
The one I had for Art was Nordike US.
Yeah, there you go, Nordike.us or whatever. Yep, that's his old one. That's not a county email.
What's going on?
They're not sending us bills, I'm telling you.
We're not paying bills, we don't get an invoice for.
Looks
That's
good on my
it.
budget.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, guys, with 2 minutes to spare.
Yeah.
We're good.
Nice, nice.
Excellent.
Okay.
The party over, or is it? just-
Party's over.
Party's over.
You go home now.